Good morning. Oh. There we go. How's everyone doing? That's a fun start to the day. Sad? My calls are red as fuck. Oh, hopefully that changes. Sold off my yen position last week at a profit at least to help pay for OPEX positions. Am I winning? um, I hope so, man. I hope you made the right choice. I feel like that one had a was a little more reliable, maybe. BOJ did a big fuck you to the shorts. Yeah, I saw. I've been long yen and short the Nikkei for quite some time, so it's good to see it starting to play out a little more. Did you get a chance to look through the Rev stuff? Any thoughts? Yeah. The entire agreement's definitely structured to benefit the creditors, but I'm still not I still need to read more. It's a huge document and I'm not feeling great, but there does seem to be this like intention to destroy equity, but I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they destroy public equity. It's a little confusing. Please, like, I get Perelman's position can get blown up, but I don't see how you do it to the shareholders. Please talk about SPX price action. What happened last night? Still, we go up or BOJ thing destroy the upside? I don't think the BOJ thing destroyed the upside. Definitely a little extra pullback overnight, though. I mean, fortunately, you can't predict things like that. But yeah, I mean, Dixie's down today. Uh, Oil's moving up again. It's looks fine. I mean, futures have recovered quite a lot from where they fell to last night. Uh, ES fell like almost all the way to 3,800. And it's back at like 3,830, which is not even that far off from where it was trading yesterday. Actually, it's above some of where it was trading yesterday. So, volume this morning. Fubo same like free money. I mean, Fubo is very cheap, but it is still like a long-term buy and hold, right? Yo, Gork, what happened with the liquidity and price action of GME in September of this year? It seems like we should have seen some uppies. Also, I'm back, baby. Pancake farms for life. We saw some resolution in the liquidity of like GME's ETFs. There was like September's ETF FTD period wasn't tiny. But there were no obligations. They just cleared them in August, right? So GME wasn't that illiquid yet. We did get a small run in September. if I remember correctly, like the early part of September. Yeah, we did. We ran from like 23 to 30 over the course of a couple days. It's 147 pages of super, super, super dense material. Yeah, it is. Still no puts the next couple days, or you already picked up some longer term puts last night? How do you play out the next few days? I picked up some 3750p last night. So right now for SPX, I have 3950p that expire on 12/30, and I have 3750p for 1/20. Yeah. That's what I have for the put side right now. I'll probably add more to like the 3800 through 3850 level, depending on how high up we move. If we don't, I'll add some more at like 3650 for 120. These I only have 5 of. They're kind of just a hedge for my calls in case it slips further like it did this morning. I should probably close those. Actually, they're up quite a bit. Yeah, I think I will. Fuck. Could that popper out of the gate be entering of orders that we'll see later today? Possibly, or it's just because the market's rising. It's hard to say. It didn't have a lot of volume, but it was a nice move up. I'm hungover from all the bickering I witnessed in the Discord last night. Watkins seemed like Debbie Downer. Watkins seemed like uninformed contrarian. I don't think anything changed with Revlon. Situation's the same. They get a buyer, we're okay. Otherwise, it's a tear apart for any equity. Curious why there were so many media articles, though. Well, it's ideal probably for the shorts if the shareholders sell everything. But yeah, I mean, even if they go through with their schedule, it's not effective until April, right? Maybe they're just trying to motivate Perelman to find a buyer even harder. They got that one crazy guy with the algorithm. They'll give him $200 million and take on all their debt and solve it with his triangle algorithm. Solve all their debt. Triangles, algorithms. That was the most insane shit I've ever seen submitted to a court, by the way. I feel like half the pickle chart doesn't realize this entire channel is centered around a measured, cautiously optimistic approach to the markets. Everyone is either the world is dying or we're going to a million. Even in Dillionaire's Discord this morning. Yeah, I know. People get very polarized, especially during times like this when there's excitement in the air. Same like my grandpa. Like, I'll take any stance on anything and argue it so long as nobody else has that stance. I know, D Engineer. That's just because you don't understand it. Like Colin says, anyone in school understands the triangle reverse mortgage strategy. Any third through fifth grader. Dude, if Colin wants my shares, he can buy them. I'm not, he really can. USA sees conflicting views on Russia on whether or not to launch a counteroffensive in Ukraine. Senior State Department official. There are those in Russia who want to pursue an offensive and others who have questions about Russia's capacity to do so. Oh, did they finally find out that Russia doesn't have any active nukes? That's the only way NATO pushes into Russia. If we can confirm beyond a doubt that Russia has no active nuclear weapons. For fun, I watched a video about the world's best trader who won some competition. His strategy: buy low, sell high. There it is, folks. The winning strat. Is it that like Japanese kid who like he made like $500,000 in a day trading Nikkei for like 25 days in a row? Did he start with $1 million? It's ridiculous that you're legitimately an optimistic person on the markets. You're just measured and cautious. That's all it is. I try to be. Although I will admit my OPEX position isn't extremely cautious or measured right now. No, some Italian guy. I didn't even think about that last night. We started with 1 million and 230% ED'd it over the course of a year. It's pretty good. That's actually harder than probably harder than growing a small port. You have to manage such big positions. You see, he made 500K. I mean, he made like 500,000 yen for like it was really consistent. It was like 25 or 30 days in a row or something like that. Israel launched some missiles at Syria. Oh, fun. Great. Gotta love political turmoil. Do you actually mean he was trading, or like how we're all millionaires in euros because it's worthless now? The euro's not worthless. Yeah, it's like $1.06. If OPEX doesn't happen, doesn't the reversion to mean or the XRT buyback going to raise the price by the end of year? Possibly. Right now, I think the delay kind of looks like May. Like in May, Monday and Tuesday, they shorted us back down after getting a little liquidity back in the previous week. I don't see where any upside could come from right now. What's your idea here? On what? Like on SPX? Did you see what happened overnight? Yeah, but now it's day. Yeah, that changes things, man. Welcome to the markets. Crazy overnight shit and the yen up 1,000% changes things. That's not 1,000%. Let's have a lot. How much did they tweak it, by the way? 10-year bond to move 50 basis points. Okay, so oh, I hate Bank of Japan so much. So even more bond buying. I mean, that puts us at a lower level. I'm not sure how much that's going to affect positioning because I don't have an update on that yet. Uh, Japan revised their yield curve, like allowance. Bank of Japan did, and they're buying bonds again, or buying more bonds now. They're picking up the pace of their bond buying. Was the Japan thing bad for U.S. markets? Yeah. I mean, as Japan cashes out their U.S. treasuries, which I think eventually they might have to do, that'd probably cause a run on treasuries and crash the market. Does overnight news affect OPEX in any way? No, it shouldn't. Did you dump your spy calls? No, we got like 2 weeks on them. Although, if we keep getting terrible political news, then I might. Well, so basically, yen rocketed it up, which pushes Dixie and the dollar down. Nikkei went down 283 basis points last night. 280? 280 basis points, something like that. Japan just Pearl Harbor our economy? Not yet. Upstart 15 C's don't go in the money soon. I'm gonna have a very angry breakfast. Okay. Either people take your sarcasm and cynicism more seriously than they should, or there are some seriously depressed people that shouldn't be trading at all. It's 2022, man. Everyone's depressed. Does that mean less liquidity in the US market for short positions? It could mean less liquidity in the treasury market, which is already pretty dry. Can you get on a plane and go to Japan and threaten them with Godzilla to make sure they don't keep doing their shenanigans? I don't think that would work, man. We might as well just make a new 52-week low on Jamie and Upstart to go with the Fubo low. Then we can blast off all the way to cost basis. The hedgies are so scared. No, they're not. Why would Japan selling treasuries cause a run in treasuries? Or you mean upside on the yield curve? because other people try to sell their treasuries at the same time, and there's no liquidity in the treasury market. Japan's treasuries are mostly like older notes, right? And those we've discussed previously how those have already become very, very illiquid. Which potentially could trigger some quantitative easing on the kind of on the other side of that. Oh yeah, we want the neutrals. 1 second. I have like one 3750p for March 31st. I don't have a lot of cash to play multiple strategies. Do you think if I only hold it and I'm guaranteed gonna print, even though it's down like 10% in the moment, instead of playing the upside, which is hugely risky now? I mean, the idea of playing the upside when you're holding that contract is kind of to hedge any short-term upside moves, and then you can use the profits ideally in order to average down your long-term short position. But if you only have one, I don't know if it's really worth it or possible. You create a channel to read us the RC Teddy books at night. I would have to buy them. That's not happening. Are U.S. Treasuries the OG meme stock? Synthetic shares? And if just ban sells them, is this like a recall? Yes, I mean a treasury crash, Bruce. um, could be same, kind of the same, like a recall. I mean, there's a lot of short treasury positions. Not as many big ones as there were at the beginning of the year. A lot of them have taken profits and like pulled back, but there's still a decent amount of them. How likely are we going to come anywhere close to Upstart GM before the end of the year? I mean, if we run for OPEX, we'll probably move towards it. I mean, Gamma Max is still really skewed on Upstart. Like, that value should not be that high. But Upstart's Gamma Max does this a lot, mostly because the strikes are so far out and Gamma's so flat. We kind of went over this yesterday, too, where I also think you might have asked me about it. You just use RNG for coming up with the Greeks, don't you, Pickle Man? That'd be awesome. Did you understand the rev filing? Because I didn't. I mean, sort of. They want to break apart the company. Um, what's the best way to put it? Sorry, 1 second. So I think they want to break apart the company to restructure the debt. And then if that makes the debtors happy, it frees up the other part of the company for a takeover or to go private. But that plan also has to be approved by the bankruptcy court. This Discord shouldn't be muted. No. Yeah, I have to set some stops on the calls I got. Is there an easy way to explain positioning around VN on Upstart? I did read an article that said not to place bearish options if negative VOMA. Yeah, it's also a really good time to go long volatility. Could you go over the squiggles chart from today? To me, it looks kind of bearish because red, green, are moving towards each other again for multiple days now. Okay. Were the dates for actions to occur in the filing for like April? Yeah. That's when the chapter 11 ends. You think these prices on Upstart is a good long-term holds? Do you think these prices for Upstart is a good long-term hold? It's not bad. I think you could get it cheaper around like quarter 4 earnings. If that's your goal, if your goal is to move into Upstart for a longer term hold, I would probably wait until like Q4 earnings. They're definitely not going to be good. I expect a miss. Current PT for your SPX calls. I have calls at 38.35, 38.50, and 38.15. Price target? Let me see. At 38.35 is definitely a, a pretty big inflection point. Because that's the top of that JPM collar again. I'd probably be okay with the test of 38.50. But a break to the upside of that would be nice too. The gamma flip points moved down to 3,900. But yeah, I think 38.35 and 38.50 would be my goals, kind of my goals there. The 38.50s I have a little bit more time on. The 38.15s are 0 DTEs that I just bought. Probably a little bit more fight for 38.35 than 38.50. The JPM collar is so big that it creates kind of its own little gamma flip point. It's a massive position. I just want to turn 1,500 into 28 Okay, like March OPEX, except not lose it all right after this time. Is that too much to ask? We'll see what happens, man. Do you think Cosm will have a T+2 bump from Friday? Why? It doesn't have options. Just from DMM actions? Maybe? It's still on Reg Show. Discord last night you mentioned, where did all of the puts go, Kenny? What was that and what mean? um well, first of all, I was talking to my cat, not you. Second of all, mostly I was asking him because it would appear that um sometime between the 16th and the 19th, um all of the purchased put delta on GME and Upstart has disappeared. Yeah, we haven't moved. Not a lot, no. Also, Gamma, I think, on GME and Upstart. Yeah, the Gamma exposure for both flipped long, which is rare. It's very rare. The only other time the Gamma exposure flipped long, I think this year, was in August, on August 31st. Or flip positive. Well, our data was really fucked up after OPEX. And I don't know if that's just because we were getting all the OI data or what was going on, but yesterday our data was kind of messed up. But where things have repositioned looks very, very bullish. Long gamma, same as positive gamma. Yeah. Buy into positive gamma is Ron stuff. That would indicate that the market maker's hedge has flipped. Why no Upstart on Reg Show? I don't know. Not 5 days of failures. Isn't GM trending down over the last few days? For GME? Yeah. That doesn't really mean much. That just means people are buying closer to the money calls, right? I have no emotions regarding OPEX. I don't care if it happens or it doesn't, AJ. It'd be cool if it does, but if it doesn't, I don't give a shit. There is no bullishness. There's just data. You can research like hedged equity funds. I don't think any of them are nearly as big as JPMs. My wife opened a WeBull account and got denied level 2 options. What's the procedure again? Resubmit and lie about what in particular? I mean, you need to. Yeah, I can't tell you. I can tell you that they're very likely to approve somebody with high risk tolerance, 5 years of options experience, and a lot of disposable income. Don't lie, there's a little bit of bullishness. I don't know what you're talking about. Do we know if our boys at Remtech have taken up a position? No, we don't. It's treating me pretty good so far, Popcorn Trader. Thanks for asking. 9 trillion in assets, 200 years experience. Are you JP Morgan? We see the last gamma positive shift was August 31st. We went down and stayed flat on price after August 31st. Did you mean another date? No, I meant on August 31st when we broke gamma max. Oh, sorry, October 31st. Did I say August? October 31st. What do you call the drawing of fapping pickle if not bullishness? I just like charts, man. I'm just tired of people asking me about my bullishness. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm sitting on a giant fat stack of red calls and people are asking me if I'm bullish. Are you fucking soft in the head? Does your risk tolerance seem like mine? No, Carl. Your risk tolerance is far higher than mine is. Hey, I was thinking of committing fraud, and I was hoping you me through it step by step on the internet in front of hundreds of witnesses. Thanks in advance. Did they finally catch Zach Morris? I heard his messages to his followers as he's driving around in his like Lambo or fleeing the country, presumably. He's like, "Yeah, guys, you just need to hold on a bit longer. I love you all, but this is the tough part. Don't forget to just it's gonna happen. There's some shorts and things, but like just keep holding." He's already out on bail 2 days after everything happened. Of course he is. Partner gave me a wish list for Christmas. Very expensive, so I laughed. Looks me dead in the eye. Use all those OPEX gains. On an unrelated note, do you know how to get a new identity? There's people that you need to talk to. What's up, guys? Diamond hands to the moon. I'm just chilling in my Rari in South Sudan. Totally not trying to avoid extradition for embezzlement and wire fraud. Who's pumped for some pumping? The best part is CEI is running again. What's up, BMG? So many Regardians in here during OPEX. This is what it is. Girk's position is bullish as fuck until there isn't an OPEX. And then he rolls the position. Stop asking, you fucking troglodytes. People want me to say bullish things so they feel better about their... I don't want you to feel better about your position. You either have confidence in it or you don't. That's it, right? I don't want you to feel comfortable holding losses. If you don't feel comfortable, you should reevaluate your risk tolerance. Can you please start streaming from a sports car? I'll ask Laren. Look, I don't want you to say anything bullish. I want you to admit you banged the cat lady. No, I didn't. My risk tolerance is your confidence? That's not very smart. I have most of the pieces of my stand-up desk now. I have all but one. If you think that's bullish, you're gonna cream after you hear that Ryan Cohen moved the date of the shareholders meeting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's interesting. Futures have now moved positive on the day. Well, except for NASDAQ. Dixie's still dropping. Yen up more. Nikkei's recovering a little bit. Oil's still pumping up a fraction. Should I close my 38.15s? Leave them open? I don't know. Ooh, Fubo has news. Fubo announces carriage agreement with Scripps Network. Subscribers enjoy the popular Scripps networks Ion Mystery, Ion Plus, Bounce, Grit, and Newsy, which will become Scripps News on January 1st, and Court TV. Oh, shit. I've never heard of any of this any of these fucking channels. I like it. Man, if everyone in the country buys their grandma Fubo, we're gonna get fucking rich, alright? Hey Gork, it's Popcorn Trader, the guy who hangs out in your stream. Do you have a moment to talk about Grubhub's update to their privacy policy? I promise it won't take more than 4 hours. No, I don't. Fixed income TV. You know what? Say what you want about boomers, okay? But not only do they watch TV, they'll watch TV with commercials, and after they die, they'll keep paying their subscription for years. That's value, all right? Sue yourself then. I'm easy. I'll just type it out here. Where's Bruce Wayne to complain about my calls in the upside? There you are. Are you feeling better now? Do the green candles make you happy inside? You're still complaining? Okay. Things are happening. Oh, the tips are moving apart. It's tippy tippy time. It'd be nice if we had more candles. Oh, that's better. It just looks like shit. Oh my god. Dork. The tips, they untouched. They untouched from each other. Where's Dork? Is he still shadow banned? Tippy long stockings? You're really gonna commit to this, aren't you, Popcorn Trader? Regardless of what happens this week, Girk, I just want to say thanks for all the time this year. I've learned so much. It's on me to take the knowledge and make something of it. Thanks, Snake Whips. Appreciate it, man. What's the gamma flip point on Upstart? What's GN? 1925? What's this bullshit saying? 1544. Huh. One of those is definitely more accurate than the other. Can you see me? Can anybody see me? What's happening? I see you, MTB Dork. You're unshadow banned, man. Only $20 more to go to break even. Yeah, don't buy shit at the top next time. Unsatisfactory viewer to like ratio. Alert, alert. I don't care. No, I would not like the full privacy policy, Popcorn Trader. When pulling up the options window and typing in what ticker I wanted to pull up options for, I actually started typing in Jim and was about to type the Y before realizing it. I mean, they should change their ticker to Jimmy. I went to go see the new Avatar movie this weekend. It was really good, but I disappointed in the lack of blue people fucking like in the first movie when the tips touched, then diverged. I'm sorry you didn't get any alien porn, BMG. As long as you didn't watch it in an AMC theaters. JPM moved that collar? No idea. I don't think so. Fine, I won't give you the full policy here on stream, but I would be happy to DM it to you at any time. Just let me know. Yeah, I'll definitely reach out about that. Fish making white is called milting. Fun fact. Well, I never needed to know that, but thanks. David Fortier, thank you so much. for your 3 months of Dillionaire membership and your lack of a message. Crickberg Moana. Thank you so much, Crickberg. I don't know why I didn't see that when you posted it, but I see it now. Very weird. It has a different timestamp. Huh. Are you from the future, Crickberg? GME IBKR 16%. Oh my god, it's happening. I liked the stream for the last few days. Does this mean I should get tested for COVID? Sure. Ooh. I can stream from a sports car. Well, thank you so much, Average Joe. Hmm. Perfect. My favorite part about this is it's not like a real Lamborghini. It's like one of the little Tykes ones with the steering wheel in the middle. Thanks, man. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I finally understand Laren now. This really does make your penis feel bigger. It's good stuff. Did you buy a Lambo? Yeah, man, you like it? It's because the car is tiny. Same like tiny hands, tiny car. Thank God Linux has sold everything. Try to hold the wheel? I can't grab it. Like I can't put my hand around it. I could probably like clean the windshield though. Like, oh no, I can't. Damn. Big shout out to Popcorn Trader for getting upstart calls and the money. I thought he bought like $20 calls. Supercars get stuck in traffic just like every other car. Supercars can't drive in the Hollywood Hills without bottoming out. Supercars can't drive over speed bumps. It doesn't sound super to me. They have a lot of issues. There's not enough me on the screen. That's better. Oh, I know what to do. This is way better. I'm starting to think that Girk doesn't own a Lambo after all. I might not. You'll never know. I have $15 calls? Really? That's so close to the money, though. That doesn't sound like you at all. Look at that. Did you see the Salt Bay cringe video? No. J-Fresh is a scrub hanging out the passenger side of Girk's Sweet Ride. I'll pour one out for Left Eye. Hey Girk, my port's pretty much empty due to what I tell my wife is investing, also known as zero DTs. Hopefully Grandma sneaks an Xmas 20 in my pocket that I can 100x at the SPY. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas all. Merry Christmas, Pog. Thank you so much, man. It's a Recaro. Don't go Jason Waterfalls. All right. That was fucking awesome. This is just active funds buying, right? Yeah, but they're not stopping the movement up, which is more important. But yeah, this isn't sufficient volume yet for covering. Why did RC rug pull Qasim? He needed the exit liquidity somewhere else. Gotta say, you've really changed a lot since your days of minivanning with Frag in a Walmart parking lot. Not saying it's bad, but Frag being gone so long has obviously done something to you. I cry every night, Tim. Every night. Is the top of the run on SPX like 38.50? Probably, yeah. We could break above 38.50, which would be really awesome. And then it gets pretty flat up even higher, but 38.50 is a pretty strong resistance. Right now, we're still kind of just stuck at the collar. They're easing now, but that could still lead to a treasury sell-off. It seems like it's gonna make White Christmas after all. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, Carbon Base. Yeah, Japan's fucking 20 years of quantitative easing finally coming to bite them in the ass. Most of the collar isn't in the money, right? So they will sell roll before end of year, right? Right now the calls are just out of the money. But if they think the market's gonna keep rising, they would roll it, right? They would roll it up. They have been easing, which has made the yen weak. The yen is already weak, very. The yen ran a little bit last night. Not a lot. The yen's also massively overshorted. I think I'm okay with this. No, Stefan. Jimmy fee rate at 16%. Cool. Now we know why they don't want to turn to the lending pool. Did I hear some Reggie Schno talk about Upstart today? No? Maybe? I don't know. Did you? Pickle Barbie. Oh. Have you ever eaten a Renko? Delicious. No, I can't say that I have. How about Upstart's lending rate? I posted it in the daily this morning. You must really look like the car. You look happier than me when I was 5 and I got a big wheel. That's what I feel like this is. That's like I never got a big wheel. I grew up in the city. Being that we're a month out from Jan 20th, 2023 contracts, how much of a theta drop should we be expecting in our contracts? And there'll be some. It'll accelerate after 30 days on out of the money positions. The closer you are to the money, the less the theta will drop off. This is a Lambo, not a Tesla. Does it get in the minuses in New York? Sometimes. It's pretty rare, but it's like upstate, I know it does. Why don't they want to turn to the lending pool on GME? Because the borrow rate rises too fast and it drives FOMO. And it increases their rate of failure. They don't want to fail. Fails are annoying and bad. They don't want to deal with them. How much money would you need to have to really get a supercar? 50 mil? 100 mil? I mean, enough that I didn't care about how much money I spent on the car. What's up, Dork? You got DMs for me? Those look bullish. I don't think they wanted to run today. But the market's not helping their position. Because realization and liquidity on Upstart wasn't happening as quickly. Sippy cup. Oh, Jamie's getting weirdly sensitive to active fund pressure. Bullish. It depends on who's running it. Short vol funds already cash settled their positions. They're not the ones buying the stock now. It's the ETFs. Oh, dear God. Did they borrow all the shares on Upstart? That was a big short. $3K left. NoPix counter is off. Oh shit. I need to have the price go to 20K a share for me to make DFV gains. This isn't even that much volume. Not yet. Ko-Fi. Brother, you need to fix this. The price action on Upstart is making my dick soft, and I'm trying to stay hard out here. Give it a minute, man. We haven't even seen any, like, significant volume yet. I know you are, dude. Would you say that's a bullish formation on Jimmy? It looks like a squart to me. The pickles tips have touched. What happened to the shills? They'll be back. Is now a good time to sell in the money CSPs? I mean, it's not terrible. Do you have NOS in that Lambo? Of course. How much volume are we hoping to get? Ideally more. Is that like a stop loss hunt? What would you prefer for OPEX? High volume, quick spike, or long, slow buildup? How about high volume, slow buildup? I'm nowhere near break even, so it won't work on me. Looks like they used the 50k they just borrowed, yeah. Sava just traded 0 volume for 5 minutes. Hmm. Still looks pretty good. Did we just get fragged? A tiny bit? How do they borrow what doesn't exist? My shares are safe in the infinity pool. Yeah, I saw the latest Revlon headline. I hate OPEX. What's it gonna take to break 38.35? It's a good question. Probably a continued move up in futures, which we might be approaching. It's pretty saucy right about there. Huh. But that's very interesting. Thanks for helping understand so much about the market. You've taken me from idiot to serious student. Allow me to reciprocate. You need to pay more for hookers than burgers. Okay. Are you sure? I live in New York City. Burgers are pretty expensive. That's on the ETF FTD period for Jan. ETF FTDs aren't very high going into the end of the year. I've never been to 7th Street Burger. Is it good? Hmm. Just be patient. What does wipeout stockholders even mean? I'm still not sure. I've got to read through more of the document. And frankly, I probably won't be done reading through it till sometime next week, if then. They want us to panic, Gork. Good thing I'm incapable of panic, as I am a seasoned veteran trader. That's not true. You just don't know how to sell your calls. I don't think we'd get 72 a share, but I still need to read more. I don't want to comment on it, frankly. Bankruptcy court is not my fucking area of expertise. What's up, buckled up, John? What are your plans with the Jan Upstart calls? Thinking about rolling them further. Nah, I'm not rolling them right now. You could if you want to. I've entered the purple circle. Ugh. Shareholders are considered unsecured creditors and typically receive pennies on the dollar, if anything. Bro, no. Get that cursed cat out. What? You watch your fucking mouth. Why does stocks not just go straight up? Just doesn't work that way. What's up, sick coyote? Thanks, man. Hmm. Ugh, the midday is probably gonna suck. I'm sure we already touched on this, but at what price are you willing to average down your RevRQ shares? Like under 50 cents? But I need to finish reading through this agreement before I buy anymore. I bought a little bit yesterday. So I got my cost basis down some, but not as much as I want. Good entry on upstart calls. Could be. IV's still pretty low. It's up from where it was this morning though. I need to come up with a 2-year plan for the lab I'm running. The Sound 2 project managerial, which is outside my wheelhouse. How should I approach this? I mean, I don't even know what field. You don't have a project? You have to make up a project? Fiverr. Maybe just approach like engineering master's students on the internet and be like, hey man, if I gave you a lab for 2 years, what would you do with it? Internship opportunity. It's a polymer lab. Make polymers that go into everything. We make polymers that go into everything. Hmm. Interesting. Is and there's no polymer that you want to make? I should have sold all my GME at 2140. Would you relax? It's a German company that's expanding into the US, and I'm leading the US lab. They want me to come up with a 2-year plan for US support. Yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know what the top 5 polymers are. Macroplastics? Outside of consecutive positive EPS and GME, is there anything else that could cause institutional buying? Yeah, if retail sold. The top 5 polymers are probably minor variations of polyethylene. Okay. Nylon, 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 and nylon. Someone forgetting latex? Mm, fuck, I'm tired. That's it, folks. That was OPEX. I don't think so. But thanks for weighing in, Smooth Ape. What should I make for December 26th dinner? Probably just reheat the things that you ate on December 25th. I don't know. AT&F going through a similar thing to Casa. Reverse split yesterday. There's a lot of reverse splits right now before the end of the year. I was worried the shills weren't showing up in chat. I have no more worries. Bullish. Look how much fun Girk's audience projects onto themselves, and people wonder why they're still pores. Yeah. Hi, Greg. I no longer have weeklies in the money. What strike do you have them at? 15? Upstart hasn't even broken up through like gamma neutral yet. It's like nowhere near gamma neutral. $15 on Upstart, 21 on GME. Oh, okay. Do you think GME should do a reverse split too? Something easy like 2 for 4 to force a cover? I mean, they should have done that back when there was something worth covering. GME should reverse split just to blow up the options chain. Would you consider a decent cost basis for Goog? What's my cost basis on it? My cost basis on it right now is 84, but it's less than that because I've sold some covered calls. I really like the $85 level. Sub 90 is not a bad price, but I like 85 a lot more. Although I have Goog L, not Goog, but it's same price target for the most part. Whee! That was fun. Okay, so there's actually a lot of call interest at 38.30 through 38.40. Well, on the 0 DTEs. But there's a lot of put interest at 38.25. What time is this for? This is 8 minutes ago. Do you currently have any puts beyond Jan, like Feb to March? I have March puts. A few left, not many though. I closed most of them on the big drop. If it's worth it, or if it will profit more during an end of year drop, any thoughts? The Feb's not bad. I mean, less theta decay. My Januaries are I'm keeping very close to the money. At what point do you think Jimmy would consider another share offering, and what would something like that look like? Um, they're trying to slow down their burn rate and achieve profitability. If they can achieve profitability in the short term, that'll prevent another share offering. Um, I don't think they want to do another share offering. That would not be good for the C-suite, given that they're paid in stock compensation, right? Um, so I think they'll try to avoid that, but they may not be able to. If they can't, I mean they'll sell shares at market price, right, to capitalize, recapitalize. Stock market is boring again. I'll just play some chess until we go back to happy mode. Okay. All this synthetic positioning should be coming to you, correct? You don't boof millions in puts. It looks like it's starting. I would just be patient with it. And we tracked the market, but there's not a lot of upside resistance. So that's a good sign. They're very good at crushing hopium. Are you gonna roll your upstart on Wednesday? If nothing happens by then, I lost 60% rolling to December, and lose another 60% by rolling to Jan. I don't know how much longer I want to do that. If I roll from here, I'm probably gonna roll out to 2024. What do you think about BBBY right now? They announced extensions going to Jan 4th today. And Cohen's standstill ends on the 3rd. I'm not saying they're connected, but it's been a while since we had news. I think Bobby's a steaming pile of shit. Step away for 15 minutes, and what did you all do to the market? It just came down. That rally was way too exuberant. Yes, when you're rolling, not what to. Um, Either tomorrow night or Friday, like tomorrow afternoon or Thursday morning. If your rollout starts in 2024, what calls would you consider? Close to the money or far out? Probably further out of the money. Like $35 range. 0.3, 0.2 delta, depending on where that falls. Pre-Volmageddon, there were these sharp declines and then VUPs. Is this what the primes don't like? Massive swings and volatility spikes? I mean, yeah, they absolutely don't. Volatility raises risk, right? Victor dead? I have no idea. What's this? Oh, I don't want that. How do I... There we go. Interesting. Man, this looks so much like May. Yeah, I know about the Jimmy bar rate. I have Japanese. I'm long Japanese yen future contracts for June. DC. J6M23. Oh. Borrow rate went up on GME. They needed shorts. If the ETFs are rebalancing, especially if XRT is, they have to get the shorts from somewhere, right? Which is they have to turn to the borrow pool, which is slim pickings. I need to tell you this, full transparency. I bought weeklies. Of course you did, Carl. 16.2, not 162. I'm moving again in 2 weeks. I just found out, very stressed. Oh, that's annoying. I have one question though. Why do the pigeon wheels keep adding everyone? Happy holidays, friends and Girk. Happy holidays, buckled up Jen. That's what they like to do. They like the attention. They wish to be witnessed. If they're actively shorting, does that indicate a no packs? I don't see why they would short on a Tuesday and not just cover. They've shorted on Tuesdays before. I'm just gonna flounder through lunchtime as usual. It does appear like we're gonna get some floundering. Are these 3800p 0 DTE gonna give up? I don't know. Maybe. ES looks like it's... Actually, ES is a little hard to tell. SPX looks like it's getting ready to move up again, but I'm not so sure about ES. I don't think there's that many 3800Ps. There's a lot of 3825s. There's a lot at 3800, but they're not all 0 DTEs. Only like 7 of the 84 million negative gamma at 3800 is 0 DTEs. What are you thinking, Senora Pickle? Wait, I think it still looks good. I think you'll just get an after hours run and recover Wednesday in the PM. No. You speak Spanish? No, but I can read it a little bit. No, I meant about December 26th dinner, my dude. I don't care about stocks. Carl's got suggestions for you. Have a taco or burrito. Yeah, the bar rate jumped. What stops them from covering outside of market hours so people can't play options? I guess they could. Why would they care? I think far too many people think that there's some like oppressive force trying to prevent us from running, but there really isn't. Like the ETFs are cash settled. They just buy, they don't care. The market makers are neutral. And the short volatility funds already cash settled their obligations. There isn't a bad guy. And it looks almost exactly like May in literally every way. But we're in a like liquidity is different now than it was then. So it's hard to say if it'll play out exactly the same way, but it looks very similar. Like here. If you look at the Tuesday leading up into May's run and our current positioning, it's very similar. They were unable to get as much liquidity on this pullback as they were in May. Like they got more here. But that's because so many people sold out on Tuesday, right? Everybody in May started selling covered calls on Tuesday and dropping their long calls. And so I think that's why they got a little bit more liquidity back here versus now. That would just mean there was more pressure to the upside though, right? Bat bones. But I still think it looks really good. And if you really zoom in, we've already started to reject. See, so these aren't meeting, right? They're pulling back apart. We went down 5% on Tuesday in May. I think we went down more than that. We went down a lot on Tuesday in May. From our pre-market high, we dropped 12.84%. from the previous close, like almost 10%. Obligations are cash settled, but that doesn't mean that they're purchased yet. This is where the deferral comes into play. So the deferrals are not done by the short funds, right? It's not the short fund deferring. The short fund wants the price of the stock to run, right? They want to cover their obligations, and then the price on the stock goes up, and then they have something to short, right? This is the ideal scenario for them. Positionally, we mirror them. We go long on the upside, short on the downside, right? So we want to be like long delta, long vega here, or long volatility. And then we want to be short delta, short vol here. Just like them. There's no difference, right? But when they cash settle on a holiday, a payment is made, right? That goes to the counterparty. This 3-day ACH payment is what gets deferred. But the difference is there's an information gap, right? Short hedge funds or short vol funds, right? They know when a deferral is in place. They have knowledge of the deferral. We do not. It's either long shorts because their position is at risk, or simply XRT is holding negative cash, right? So XRT is just sitting on a big pile of money that they haven't deployed. And not just XRT, it can be, all 108 ETFs for GME or however fucking many there are now. FINRA has no knowledge of the deferral either. I mean, they do. They have the filing and everything. They're not going to disclose that, though, right? Not publicly. So when they close those forwards and the short vol funds settle their obligations, right? Then the buying that we see occur during OPEX is the ETFs rebalancing. So they are shedding they shed their forward contracts, and they're buying securities, buying equity to balance NAV. So while they're operating at a deficit to NAV, they use forward contracts to cover in the interim, and then they close the forwards, they buy the equities. once the balance is cash settled. And that's what drives our volume. The rest of OPEX is the hedging. Not only from T+2 exposure, right? Which was higher in the past, but also from, market makers hedge flipping from negative to positive gamma, and call interest, as this is delta hedged. So the volume from the ETF buy drives the positioning and the hedging, right? Which then, further accelerates price action. And that's what, causes our T+2 rollovers. Anything interesting in the options chain for our 2 tax loss harvesting stacks? I mean, last week we saw all of the like options interest rotate from synthetic short to long vol. So when I was like arguing with Walken last night, they're betting on the same shit we are in the same time frame. Go away. Why aren't you hungover? Walken, if you stop getting hangovers and just start drinking right when you wake up, you've become an alcoholic. If you're waking up drunk, you're an alcoholic. Gave myself an IV, we're good. All right. We didn't see the long vol rotation in the past 2 OPEX, right? No. That's why today, seemingly, we have very little resistance to the upside without them directly shorting, right? And we see the borrow, we're seeing the borrow pool be utilized, which causes massive spikes in the retail borrow rate. Do you think there's an entity that's actively working against the volatility shorts play, and by extension against us? No, not really. No one cares enough. Long shorts don't like vol shorts. That's what makes Upstart really attractive, is that Upstart has a lot of long short positions, but it also has a lot of volatility short positions. Volatility shorts create risk for long shorts, aka Melvin 2021. Melvin was fine in his long short position until volatility shorts decided to come in and fuck him over. I'm starting getting short Eiffel Towered. Yeah, they're really hitting it today. Maybe we'll see the borrow rate go up there too. I mean, technically we're more liquid than we were in May because of the split. But that's relative, I suppose. There's no shares available. Puts? I mean, they borrowed shares. There's no shares available that you can see. That doesn't mean there's no shares available. There's lots and lots of shares available, but that doesn't mean they're available for you. It just means they're available to borrow. How much of your portfolio will you keep in cash going into the new year and potential SPX crash in 2023? Probably not a lot. I'd imagine that money would be better deployed in puts if I thought the market was going to crash, right? Would you recommend averaging out my Fubo or buying more March Nvidia puts? Up to you. Um, I mean, I don't know your positions on those, so I couldn't even help you. And even if I did, I couldn't really help you. That's a decision you have to make. Those are very different plays. Hey man, I'm selling my Upstart calls to buy Ape. I believe in the future of the company post Avatar 2. Awesome. Well, the reason for our more like, so we saw the market rally earlier, right? And that pulled both Upstart and GME up quite a lot, and Fubo even, right? Varying degrees on each of them. Upstart has less call interest than GME does. Fubo probably has more call interest than either of these, but Fubo's also far more liquid, right? So lowest liquidity, highest interest. Well, highest potential for FOMO. Most leveraged, right? You kind of have a trifecta of different types of exposure here. Um, but on the rising market, even though there was no covering occurring, we see all three of these run, right? And that's because the short side positioning is closed. They've been closing it out this whole time, right? And if they want to maintain stability in the price, they just have to short because they don't want to open up puts into something that's going to run, right? So they can short and, try to bleed out the short at the bottom before it moves back up again. Well, the gamma's flipping positive because they're pulling back their short side positioning, which leaves us sensitive to upside moves, right? Because now there's no negative gamma on the chain pulling us down. The gamma's positive, pushing us up. Can you explain a little bit more on the gamma positive flip? What's the impact of price action? Well, if we run, we'll run hard like we did earlier. Right? How many fucking, $30 moves over the last few weeks have we seen on SPX with no effect on Upstart or GME, right? Even think like end of day yesterday, right? End of day yesterday, SPX moved from, what was it? It was like 3802 up to 3020. Nothing, right? Barely any movement on GME or Upstart, right? But today it moves from 37.95 to 38 37, right? Like a $30-$40 move. So about double yesterday's, but we get, you know, a significant amount of price action. That's because those downside hedges and those like put walls, that blanket that they use to suppress price action has been pulled back, and we're now exposed to upside price movement. Please clip the fuck out of this. It will shut so many people up. Oh man, it's so long though. I don't know if I could clip it. Yeah, I won't shut them up anyway. They'll just ignore it, right? No one ever listens to anything. They just want their calls to be green. This looks good. Maybe some more capitulation. I've literally never listened to a single word you've said. You're talking, and my brain is thinking monster trucks. Clip it, title it, will your calls be green? That is a better title. Oh, just go watch the last 20 minutes, Dave. It's about 20 minutes. On 2x. I clipped it. I'll try to edit it down. Do you understand it a bit better now, Walken? I'm only trying to inform your argument. Your bear case. Your counterpoint, if you will. So if we don't run this week, the next most likely run could occur during the next ETF FTD period. At some point, the ETF has to buy. No, if we don't run, they'll move the obligations forward in the ETF, and it won't be till another OPEX. ETF FTDs are caused by OPEX. So when we're running during OPEX, since liquidity is still insufficient, right? They need shorts in order to stabilize price action. And they need shorts to hedge. And they turn to the ETFs for these, and this creates fails. So OPEX begets FTDs. But FTDs are lower now since post-split. You know, a split theoretically creates additional synthetic liquidity, right? But we don't care if they fail. I think that's that's a misconception. It's nice when they were failing a lot because we got multiple runs per period. But as far as them covering, obligations created from creating shares, that can continue regardless of the fails. Thanks for all your hard work. You make trading fun. One day I will have a car like you. Thanks. Appreciate it, Starscream. Full bear. If you're full bear, it sounds like probably in the next few months. Cosmic Lightning Warrior probably thinks you're a Transformer right now and is getting excited. Would it not make sense to have a model with a cost range for cycles, so most of the fails, shorting, etc., is to keep price within the model parameters? I think looking at price is the mistake. It's to keep volatility within the model's parameters. Did the Japanese movie move make you excited? Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. Oh man, I really want them to like try to pin the yen and just blow it all up. The margin between their like consumer inflation, which they've locked in at 2%, and their producer inflation is still ridiculous. It's getting better, but it's absurd. Like it's not sustainable. Can you explain the process by which your hooves turn into wheels when you? Oh Jesus, that's not real. Today's like a fun day for 3820 SPY 0 DTEs and 3825s. Do you eat eggs? Favorite way to prepare them? Oh, I like all the ways. Omelets, scrambled, creamed. Creamed eggs are amazing. Spread them on toast. Once the drop happens or sentiment changes, then volatility shorts come in and wreck long shorts, thus VOP. Volatility shorts love market crashes because volatility in the market is sky high everywhere, right? But if prices keep running up, then they have to close. That's what I mean. That's a big part of what led to the price action in 2021 is that we were so close to the COVID crash and volatility shorts came in super, super fucking hard during the COVID crash because the volatility on everything was sky high, right? Like, of course, you want to short volatility at the bottom of a market crash. Do you get your SPX calls stopped out? The rising wedge. I closed the 38.15s. I just bought 38.20s and 38.25s. Hold on, let me see the rest of your message. The rising wedge. I mean, this is probably gonna, it's already breaking out, but the rising wedge looks kind of weak. I thought it looked pretty good. What's the most you've lost in a day to 0 DTE? That depends on my positioning. Usually if I'm gambling on 0 DTEs, I have like longer dated positioning that's either in the money supporting that trade or hedging that trade in the opposite direction. But like just like notional lost, I don't know, probably like 20 grand. 12 to 20 sometimes. It happens. But if I'm taking that much risk on 0 DTs, I'm probably hedged in some way. Do you think we got played? Was this all part of their plan to get new people trading? I don't think it was a part of a plan to get new people trading. I don't think they give a shit what retail does. I think they were just doing it all along, and driving illiquidity just made it really obvious. This OPEX I want to make so much white I can't see. Make all the pores mute me, and remind buckled up Jen she's been witnessed. What is traded 76% short yesterday mean? Are you talking about like short volume? Short volume is the number of shares shorted over a set time period. Um, Short interest is the number of shorts held open at the point of reporting, right? So, I mean, short volume is just, it's kind of like, it's kind of useless. It's a useless metric. It doesn't tell you anything about shorts held at all. It can infer some of the directionality in like the market maker hedge. If the hedge is like primarily like if the market maker is primarily shorting, then you're going to generate a lot more short volume on the delta hedge. People are flipping out about it on SS for some reason. Oh, that's because they're stupid. Almost everything in the last 2 years that Superstock has flipped out about has been inaccurate, wrong, or um completely made up. Yeah, bar rates up. So short volume being high for 3 months straight shows MM is hedging that way. Also internalization. It's not just the MM, but I mean the DMM and the MMs. Japan finna rug pull US treasuries? I hope so. It's liquidity cocky. I would love for you to debate with some of the moderators on Superstock regarding GME. It would be interesting. They would never take that chance because it would ruin their credibility. They think they do. Have fun watching the Squart guys. Thanks, Dork. He did? They banned him? Yeah. I read somewhere the Fed is controlling volatility. I mean, to a degree. With quantitative tightening, they reduce liquidity, but that increases volatility. So quantitative tightening forces double down. Quantitative tightening forces participants out of the market, which increases volatility. The more illiquid your market gets, the more volatile it becomes. God, people really need to read that DD. Just go read it again. It tells you everything you need to know about this shit. Tesla dead. Oh, Victor. Um, I'm not being mean. I really think if that's a question you have, you should read that DD because it really does explain a lot of that. I think in a at least a more well thought out way than I can do live, right? Carl linked it. When the river runs dry. A Brad Pitt movie. Is Sinbad too sin worse? Bipolar Bear. No recovery with the market. I mean, the market hasn't recovered as much, and it's doing it on significantly less volume this time. But some recovery with the market. We're just under VWAP right now. Oh shit! You guys ever use microfiber towels and then get paranoid that like you're gonna inhale tiny pieces of plastic? I've never had that happen until just now, but now I'm like worried about it. No, but I will now. You're welcome. It absolutely is made of plastic. It opens the capillaries. Hi, King JJ. Nope, but sometimes when I work with fiberglass, I get worried it will get into my bloodstream and make my veins itchy. Fiberglass is the worst. When I was like 15, I worked in a family member's like auto body shop, and there was this guy who had this there was a Dodge Viper I forget which model it was, but like out of the factory, the fiberglass is warped, right? And so he wanted to use it as like a show car. And so the entire fucking car had to be like sanded smooth. And I just remember like weeks of being covered in fiberglass dust, itchy all the time. Uh, Yeah, at least it's not asbestos. Yeah, no problem. Tenarian email. Just say chop shop. It wasn't a chop shop. Yeah, I was wearing a respirator. But it would get on your your hands and your skin. No, my uncle is not exhibit. Avia is probably worth looking into now. Extreme short attack and likely false claims it'll go bankrupt. I think the opposite. Probably accurate claims that it'll go bankrupt. Anytime someone tells me short and distort, I just assume they're a bag holder. How fat are your bags, Tim VGP? Just be honest about your bags up front, okay, guys? If you're gonna ask me about the shitty penny stocks you bought because our short squeeze said they were a good play, tell me about your bags first. Holding 5 calls. Someone asked me about Avia last week, and I was like, it looks like it's peaked, and then it went down, and now people are like, oh my god, crime. Yo, dog, we put a bidet in your Prius, dog. That would bring like a whole new element to trying to drive. There are no Cosm calls. I'm just gonna take profits on these. I don't like this. Pull back to like 38.21. Holding 70K shares of BBIG at 2.42. Do you think TikTok ban will save me? Oh, fucking Christ. Wait, are you actually serious? If it's any consolation, it looks like BBIG is gonna run. I just don't think it's gonna run a lot. I don't think it'll run back above $2. Is it a manual? It just has a one pedal. Like a big wheels. Or like a whatever the fuck they're called. Like a little Tykes Jeep, but Lamborghini style. It's not OPEC stuff. CO chain stuff causing the recent movement. Man, it looks a lot like OPEC stuff. Is Qasim dead? Probably. They're releasing liquidity, so. Power wheels. That's what they were called. 2020 bought 2K shares of MNKD for under $2. Still holding for reasons I don't know, but up 150%. It acts crazy sometimes with the basket, sometimes against it. Have you ever looked at MNKD? MNKD is the fucking mankind pharmaceutical. What do they do? Diabetes and cancer. Founded by Alfred Mann, 1991. I mean, you got a good price on it. His last earnings were a little bit better. Are they close to achieving profitability? Their margins have been dropping. It looks pretty good. Actually. How's their cash flow? Still a little negative. Balance sheet isn't the best. But they're starting to... Well, this last quarter, it looks like they've started to make a little more money. Their gross profits are up almost 3x from quarter 2. Debt to asset dropped. Revenue's growing. Okay. Nope. Hold on. Yeah, I actually don't hate it. I really like their revenue growth. That's impressive over the last 3 quarters. And that's starting to be reflected in earnings. So yeah, not bad. Hold on. Japan Securities JSCC was the first clearing organization licensed in Japan to conduct the CCP clearing under securities exchange law. Emergency margin call. Okay, interesting. Span risk parameter file. Okay. I mean, that's a lot to dig through. I think Japan reports like all margin calls, by the way. What's this meme, J Fresh? Uh-oh, J Fresh is making memes. That might be too bullish. Inhaler for insulin. Oh, that's kind of cool. Can you neigh in about how difficult it is to find a bed that can comfortably fit a centaur? Oh, Jesus. Did Cosm have a shelf offering? Yeah, that's the terminology. Are there other terms one can search for to determine if a company can just dump on their shareholders? Warrants? Any others? Those are the big ones. Shelf offers and warrants. You have to look into their bondholders. Kirk, you need to get out. Like, where? It's listen, J Fresh is still a math teacher, okay? We'd just laugh at his meme and move on. You're waiting for the top of this SPX round to get into longer term puts or holding off. I bought some 3750s yesterday. I'll probably use this opportunity to buy more. No, where's he at? I'm timing him out. Oh, Jesus. Vitamin D? I take vitamin D. I mean, buying them cheaper before close would probably be better, hypothetically. When are you cutting your SPX calls after Thursday jobs? That's a good question. Thursday is also PC. I might just hedge them. If PC is positive, we could keep moving up. Well, if PC is down, which would be a positive, we can keep moving up. Jeffers is a math teacher? Yeah, okay. What's next? Dork is a physicist? Yeah. Carl, fancy accountant? What the fuck? I thought those guys all worked the line at Wendy's. Well, the wage growth was better. Next, you'll say popcorn trader is a lawyer. Only in Somalia. He's also medically licensed there as well. Or was that not Somalia? I think he has his medical license in Bolivia. My math teacher in high school was the coolest dude and genuinely cared about his students' success. His effort is the only reason that I have as much calc under my belt as I do. That's awesome. Good teachers are the best. Carl is only a certified accountant in the People's Republic of the Congo. Can you get Indian PhDs for like 1,000 rupees? How much even is that in dollars? It's got to be more than that. Imagine Houston Wade being your teacher in economics and finance. For some metamaterials bag holders, he may be. I'm the accountant for the Somalian pirates. Do you have any idea how easy it is to cook the books when your entire business model is literally crime? Probably much harder, actually. Yeah, you don't want to get audited by criminals. I live in the pirate fort. I'm safe. Oh, okay. Is that what you call the pile of blankets in your closet, Carl? My wife tells you way too much. We talk a lot. Shorts are trapped with GME waiting for market participants to turn on each other. No, no one's trapped. There's no trap. They just cover every quarter, man. They cover, they short, they cover, they short. Shorts were trapped after the COVID crash. Not anymore. Hey Pickle Man, what's your latest take on GME? It's been 84 years since I bought my GME shares. Will it be 84 more years before we see some serious gains? I don't know. They just went positive free cash flow, kind of on some fancy accounting work. But if they can maintain positive free cash flow and bring EPS up over the next quarter, couple quarters, and achieve that short-term profitability that Cohen was talking about, then they could start to trade at a multiple within the next year or two as they increase their margins. Maybe around the $50 range. I would say to $50 in 2 years if they can, well, not maintain their current push, but maybe improve it a little bit more. They would need to bring revenues up a little more than the current rate, like growth rate. But yeah, I think $50 in 2 years, like that's obviously not what GME is going to be priced at because of like volatility and stuff. But I'm talking like from a valuation perspective. It's interesting that they've switched the narrative from long-term profitability to short-term. Well, they did invest a significant amount of money and resources into creating a JPEG marketplace in the middle of a crypto crash. So, yeah. I believe it also functions as a PNG marketplace. Oh shit. My mistake. Currently, it's not generating materially relevant amounts of revenue, so I think that investment is going to be underwater for some time. VIX low currently because folks don't sell their bags. Also, massive shorting. Very much looking forward to Jimmy running to 35 so I can sell $32 covered calls, 10 DTE. That's not a very long period of time. You might want a little more theta to reduce your assignment risk. Just a consideration. You don't have to, obviously, but what would you consider better for trapping a position? GME for trapping shorts or Pelotons for trapping babies? Imagine if people had actually shorted Peloton when I was talking about them killing babies. I feel like no one listened to me at all. Peloton was like $120 back then. I'll be honest, I only shorted it from like 100 to, what was it, like 60 something? 55? I wish I'd left them open. The head guy on the JPEG marketplace left too because they didn't pay him. It's pretty common to like build a product and then fire all the devs. Serious query. I've got 2K shares at a $22 cost basis. How can I make infinite money? Sell out of the money covered calls, build up capital, buy more shares, sell even more out of the money covered calls, rinse and repeat forever, as long as you live. What Santa rally? If we get a Santa rally, it'll be because the market's been down all year and shorts are taking profits. What's your long-term thesis for BBBY? It's a failing business. They'll go bankrupt because their C-suite is inept. I think current shareholders are getting thrown on under the bus in favor of uh, the bond conversion, and the bonds are pretty fucking worthless too. But at least they get, better positioning in the event of a liquidation. I think anybody that would have come in to buy baby no longer will because they know they can get it for cheaper if they wait. And I think the shorts have crushed all the value out of the stock, which has ruined their equity offering and not given them sufficient cash to operate on. Did you speak about the emergency margin call from the Japan Securities Clearing Corp? I'm pretty sure they report all margin calls, but it's not surprising that there would be margin calls given uh, the change in the yield from Bank of Japan last night. After yesterday's shadow ban terror, I realized you won't miss me when I'm gone, so I'll stick around until we get to that point, or until Carl's takeover plan comes to fruition. Uh, what takeover plan? Interesting. But BBBY bondholders converting or getting shares in return. So how are current holders getting thrown under the bus if both bondholders and shareholders will own the same equity type? What? Because the bondholders are getting it much cheaper than the shareholders are getting it. Most of the shareholders are already massively underwater. Also, in the event of liquidation, the shareholders aren't going to get anything. They'll get, like, the scraps. A guy from Word asked me if I had a long-term thesis on Bobby. I showed him my large short position, and he got all RSS and walked away. Dude, you asked, bro. How often will you stream from this car? Because I love it. I don't know yet. SPX is... Hmm. I think we're getting some, like, long build-up. It kind of looks like we're getting some long build-up. Slow, though. 38.25 is still a big problem. So is 38.50. Let me see if there's any significant... Yeah, there's quite a lot of long build-up right now. Between our current price and, like, 38.50, 38.60. 3870 starting to move a little positive. So, yeah, a little bit of long build up. I wonder if we're going to see JPM move their collar. They're not in a great position right now. But their collar is also holding SPX price down. Did you see Wall Street Bets post from the guy trading in a 25K account that got a maintenance call for 4 million? Crazy. I think that was just bullshit though. Like Robinhood has those errors all the time, right? Hmm. JPM's fixed equity fund has like a $17 billion collar on the SPX, and the short call side of it's at 38.35, which massively skews gamma at that price point. So under 38.35, it creates almost like another gamma flip point in a way. So it makes 38.35 hard to cross on the from the downside. It also acts as a resistance if you're trading to the upside of it. How do you know JPM has the collar open? Where to get the details? Their fund like white paper describes how they position the collar. But you can also see it in the gamma. Like the all the legs of the collar are very visible. Yeah, no problem, Gavin. Thank you. I want to pee in water balloons and throw them at each other in Pi-Fi's kitchen. Okay, that's just. I can't believe Dork hasn't sent me a chart. It's okay. I'll just make my own, man. What's up, Ben? Hmm. Interesting. Ooh, I got another one of these. Happy OPEX. Thanks, Fevies. Happy OPEX to you too, man. Hash Ketchum, welcome to Zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. I appreciate it. Anyone else buy Fubo Leaps today? They're super cheap. I'm thinking about picking some up. I want to get some like 20, 24, $3 Leaps and maybe some 20, 25, $5 ones. Volume and price action made me fall asleep. Yeah, it's kind of a boring day. Hopefully it'll pick back up in power hour. And we get a nice little intraday cup and handle. How long would it take to fry an egg in the oven? What are the pros and cons of cooking eggs in the oven? I'm asking for time-impoverished people. I don't think there is an advantage to cooking an egg. It takes like 15 seconds to cook an egg in a pan. Do you not have a pan? I just recalled my membership. Get fucked shorts. Use IV surface a lot, or just for a quick look for IV skew. Mostly just for skew. Are you trying to model it? It's probably not worth your time. No, I'm unwilling to clean the pan, and the bacon is busy cooking. You can fry the egg with the bacon. What's mustard and ketchup doing? Mostly the same shit they were doing earlier. Yeah, I feel like 3Cs for 2025 is a bit excessive. I don't mind the 3C for 2024, but I don't think I want to go with 2025. What'd you think after reading the plan? Man, I've only read like fucking 10 pages of it. Don't forget, I'm still kind of sick. It's dense. I mean, it looks like they're trying to break the company apart, restructure the debt, and then release equity in a new company to credit holders and the current C-suite. I don't know where that leaves shareholders yet. I haven't quite gotten to that part, but I don't understand how they would excusably destroy public equity. I can understand them getting rid of, Perelman's equity, but I don't see a way for them to get rid of like shareholder equity unless they buy the shareholders out. Because shareholder equity is, it can't be negative. Like we don't have like negative equity in the company, right? I don't know how much we're going to get bought out for. It may not be that great, but probably better than the current price. Also, I can't imagine that it's not going to get contested in some way. Japan Securities Clearing Corporation issued an emergency margin call. Yeah. What's your point? Nikkei is down like 3%, so I'm not surprised. Yen's rocketing still. I'm already short Nikkei long yen, so I'm fucking stoked. But they also report, I think, all of their margin calls every day. As their disclosure is significantly more transparent than the US. Don't buy calls in a bear market. Man, I've almost only bought calls this year, and I've made far more money
on the long side of shit this year than the short side. Why buy puts when everyone else is? It just makes puts more expensive. I bought calls and they bled me dry. Me no do right. Okay. Well, that's, yeah, timing's important. I don't think there's a seppuku requirement for getting margin called in Japan. Although you might be publicly shamed if you have debt. I think that's a thing. Please is end help. Is Carl doing things to you? Oh, fuck off, Walken. That doesn't validate your point. I made 2K on SPX today on calls. Yeah, SPX has been pretty fun today. Figured I'd use my billionaire on a less hectic day in chat. Happy holidays and happy new year, Gherkin chat. I'll still be lurking, just busy at work. Thank you so much, friendly neighborhood composite man. Yeah, he's not the hero we wanted, but he's the hero we deserve. Yes. Ah, work. The honest trader's hedge. I'm so frustrated that I have not received a free super chat yet. Oh well. Thank you, Lugs. I appreciate it, man. It looks like you found a loophole in the system. What does a weak yen do for international Japanese companies such as Honda and Toyota? I mean, if they're international, they're probably conducting business like dollars. So a weak yen's probably good for them. I would imagine most of their revenues are generated in the US. Dude, I'm getting impatient. When will we hit 69 million a share? Never. Welcome back, Diamond Hands. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so, Dwayne the Long Johnson. I read your comment about being popular by being in debt. Didn't I? I know I read it. I don't know if I read it out loud. Thank you so much, Dwayne. I've only looked at Jimmy Ticker 3 times in the last 2 hours. 2027 every single time. What a drag. Feliz Navidad for MOASS. Let's go, Pickle Daddy. Give the people what they crave. It's too soon. It's not Christmas yet. You can't just. I'm not gonna play holiday songs in the early part of December. Well, Gork, my weeklies don't have infinite theta. I mean, probably not. Don't buy weeklies, right? Popcorn Trader? We've had this talk before. Do you think FUBO will release anything about subscriber growth through the World Cup? I don't know. It'd be cool if they did. But, I mean, they'd probably just save it for earnings, right? Yeah, it's still too early for Christmas music. There's only one day where Christmas music should be listened to, and that's on Christmas. Speaking of which, no members stream this Sunday. I'm going to be away. To warn everybody now. No, my Christmas is ruined. Unsub. It's Christmas. Are you be delivering presents because you're actually Santa? No comment. JC, you have watched every single member stream for almost 2 years now. Member stream Monday? If I'm back, maybe. I need a refund. Don't you have like a gifted membership, Dan Weeklies? Citadel Christmas party? No. It's the second dad to leave me on Christmas. Jimmy bar rate doubled earlier, yeah. He's better than Santa if we get a real OPEX. Yeah, it would be. The Zillionaire fine print doesn't mention holidays being affected. Did you get FINRA approval to delay the stream? Yeah. Are you vacationing to the Catskills? No, I'm not. What does doubling the bar rate mean? It means they needed to get some shares. Anybody ready for more upside on the SPX? It's starting to look kind of spicy. I like this. Are you sure there isn't quad witching deferral? There's no deferral for the settlement date. In November, the holiday deferment period started on the settlement date. So November 18th, but for December there's no deferment for the settlement date for OPEX. The first deferment day is yesterday. Also, you can't double up deferments like that. for the same position. You can't like roll one into the next holiday and then into the next holiday. It's beginning to look a lot like NOPEX everywhere you go. Look at the 5 and the 10. They're buying their calls again with no theta or delta at all. Oh, Jesus. At this point, NOPEX is dead for half a year now. The last one was in August. Lenixis, right? Almost never. Actually, inversing Lenixis is pretty profitable. Has the deferment day been ruled out now that it's past 30 days? It's not past 30 days. Today is day 28 or 29. What we did rule out yesterday is which side is using the deferral. So that's cool. So now we know that the deferral is on the ETF side and not the MM side or the short fund side or the AP. Was August really an OPEX though? Yeah. We broke Gamma Max twice. Liquidity was restored. The stock hit $50. Or what do you call it? What does the deferral on the ETF side tell you? It tells us that deferments are being utilized by the ETF and by the buyer of the underlying share and not by the cash settlement position. How do you figure out which side did the deferral? Curious, your problem solving logic. Oh, it's actually not that hard, but yesterday's confirms it. XRT was removed from Reg Show on November 18th. This is when XRT was cash settled, right? That begins the well, it's not actually T+2. It's a 3 business day window for ACH settlement. Since November 18th's 30-day window has now expired and we have not run, and we did not run in the T+2 period following November 18th, that means that the deferral was used sometime during the ACH settlement period. So that means that we can narrow down the Rex codes to 14 times 2 windows, so 28 calendar days. And whatever day we run on, if we run, which I think we still will, the 28-day calendar window will tell us actually if the ACH transfer is 2 or 3 days. It's not BlackRock. It's probably mostly State Street. First time joining the stream today. Should I be concerned The large amount of skin flakes falling from my eyebrow when I rub it, or is this normal for OPEX? That sounds problematic, maybe. So in short, patience. Yeah. Today or tomorrow? I mean, yeah, I guess the rest of today, potentially. Think tomorrow is more likely. So 28 calendar days from November 22nd is today. And then 28 calendar days from Wednesday, November 23rd is tomorrow, which would be 3 business days. Yeah, he's got a 25K account. I'm sure it's an error. OPEC settlement days remaining before crying is allowed. Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah. It's gonna be funny if Jimmy rips into the Christmas weekend. Just make OPEX happen. I don't want a paper hand pigeon whale, and I have been irresponsible with my port. I want to be out in the streets begging for gifted cornichons. Oh shit. Well, hopefully it does. That's unwheeling SLV and a Roth IRA. Why wheel it though? Like you want to trade fucking silver cycles? It's it's an okay. A lot of people do it. You wouldn't be alone. Is anybody still in the silver position that I bought? Damn, that's doing pretty good. Hmm. Just hang on to it. Cosm? Is it moving? Oh, cool. It's going back to its opening price. I don't think I trust it now. Yeah, I'm alright. Are you ignoring my music? I fucking hate Christmas music. How does cash settlement work? Are ETFs fully covered for all shares bought? Or they get a lump sum which may not cover the shares needed? They get a lump sum which may not cover the shares needed. I mean, that's how value is taken from the ETF holders in a way. I mean, obviously they should be able to buy back the equities at a cheaper price than when the shares were created. Uh, Given that those shares were sold short, but that's not always true. So it's not a matter of if, but when. I believe it to be a matter of when and not if. That is what the data would indicate. Silver's killing it, and I feel safe with the amount of risk. Nice. I just have SLV. Dork. I don't keep bullion. Like just rocks around my house. Cosm 1269 MOASS. Maybe. What was their equity like offer target price? Just saying we had a big spike until Guybrush showed up on the screen. That's not how that works. Stop being superstitious. Four tons of silver ore. The 3 business days end tomorrow, end of day, or can it carry out to Thursday opening bell? That I'm not sure about. There's only one instance of an OPEX ever running on a Thursday, and that was in March of 2021. That one was curious. But a lot of things were weird back then. And that might have been because of the Feb holiday, so it might have been from like a Feb OPEX deferral that was realized in March. If we get OPEX this month, is the choppiness on your condiments indicator right before the runs one of your leading tells for future OPEXs? No, the relative liquidity levels are far more important than the choppiness. Pickle Pirate LeChuck, ban Guybrush and JC. Oh shit. Thanks for being the best thing on YouTube. I just realized we still haven't seen the upside from Friday's put OI falling off the chain. How does one boof this? Maybe JPM collar is rolling and holding it? Maybe. I mean, the JPM collar is definitely presenting some significant resistance, right? I wonder where the next one is. It's not like here. Kind of another one there, too. Ah. Typical LeChuck FUD. I like to do maple syrup futures, not the syrup form though, the sap raw material. Takes 40 sap to make one syrup. My storage tanks are overflowing with sugary water. I can't lose. Same like Minecraft. It's absolutely insane that our financial markets are controlled by a pickle pirate. I'm not a pirate. Jimmy breaking VWAP. Just a little bit, yeah. Thanks, JC. If you think Upstart's dead, Jonathan, you should probably not own it, right? Scenario, position underwater. Sell near the money, cover calls, 21 DT, get assigned. Don't wheel it until like an exit. Decent. Money, cover calls, 21 CC. Get assigned or don't. Wheel it until I can exit. You can reduce your losses that way, I suppose. Feb 2021 deferral caused a run on Thursday. Isn't Feb 21 deferral the same deferral suspected used this time? That doesn't mean that the calendar days line up in the same way. Like the Thursday run that occurred in March on GME of last year. So it was March, what was it? March 26th. Earnings was also there. Hold on. Probably should have looked at this before now, but so the Thursday run is 28 days from Feb 20 Friday, Feb 26th, which I don't think was a holiday, was it? No. So no holiday. Oh, actually, it ran on. It was a Friday that it ran on. Well, it started running on Thursday. Yes. Let me go down to a shorter time frame. Maybe I can better look at this price action. 1 second. Can I go back that far on the 1 hour? Oh, I can. Okay, so yeah, it actually started running Thursday morning. It just opened really far down. I guess it ran a little bit Wednesday, well, like after hours. But OPEX was on the 19th, right? To be fair, that run may have had nothing to do with OPEX at all and may have just been from like over shorting during earnings. Yeah, OPEX was the 19th and it ran on Thursday. So yeah, it may just not have been an OPEX run, which is definitely possible, right? Because we had an OPEX run for Feb. It could have been ETF FTDs, which were all over the place during that time period. XRT was reg showed. I think I can't remember if it just come off reg show or if it was still on reg show at that point. Thank you. But yeah, there's a few other things it could have been, and that's kind of why we never dug into why it ran on a Thursday. But obligations were, I mean, stacked back then, right? That's no longer the case. And there was a lot of other shit getting settled out. We were still swinging like $20-$30 a day. Do you think they covered on December 8th? No. I think we just got pulled up with the market moving really hard. The bar rate increasing is a dead giveaway. Yeah, it is. Would anyone realize if they never sneezed again, how many months would go by? It's a good question. Feb 15th, 2021 was President's Day. Yeah, I'm aware. But I don't think that affected any settlement through, well, not any settlement that we cared about through that period. What is an increasing bar rate a clear... Sorry, I lost the question. Where did it go? $10 in the money too risky? I mean, only if you think we won't drop $10. If you think about it historically, if you take a few minutes to compile the data from both before and after Jan 2021, you arrive at the conclusion that you haven't given me a dinner recommendation. Okay. I already told you, tacos. You'll break up the monotony of whatever you eat for Christmas dinner because you'll be eating that for another week. I want something fancy. Lobster tacos. I had them once. They weren't bad. They rug pull the borrow rate. It's actually kind of hard for them to bring the borrow rate down. Can you just do a guided meditation for all the viewers since we're all so anxious? Yeah, no. I don't know how to do that. I also don't like meditation. It's weird. What's the oh, there it is. What's the increasing bar rate a dead giveaway of? Their need to turn to the lending pool. They don't want to buy puts, right? Currently, because they're positioned long volatility, and buying a put would be a counter position. And they probably can't short synthetically through ETFs during the rebalance period if they want the ETFs to rebalance appropriately, right? They want to remove their exposure from the ETF over the next couple days. Well, the ETFs cover, obviously, and then during the run they'll slam the ETFs again. But yeah, increasing borrow rate is it's kind of the last pool of liquidity that they want to touch because it's the one that sends out the biggest signal, right? Not only to retail traders but to all other market participants. Anybody attempting to control the price during this period. It can be the ETF, knowing that they have to buy in tomorrow. Just borrowing shares and shorting. In order to keep GME's price in line with their NAV, right? And then they place the orders through the dark pool in the morning and they don't care what the orders settle at. Oh, Qasim's doing a thing again. It's fun to watch, yeah. Do we break through the collar? Oh, we're getting a little momentum. Ah, my 38.35s. Fuck you, walking. Remember spicy T+2 days? I do. They were the best, weren't they? You say today's COSM T+2, but that shouldn't matter because there's no options market for COSM. I guess it matters from the DMM side if they're creating liquidity for people to buy the underlying. What's COSM traded on? Is it NYSE? It's gonna halt here in a second. It's NASDAQ? Yeah, it could be the automated DMMs. Yeah, the shares would be settled. I don't know. I don't like the shelf offer. I don't like the rug pull opportunity. Especially without options to stabilize price. I did pretty good on it last week, but I think I'm going to stay away from it. It is enticing, though. Cosm ran out of shares to short. It's on Reg Show. Our man is always doing good on everything he does. What a faker. I mean, I bought Cosm on the stream in front of everyone. It went from like $6 to $22. Fake. Sounds fake to me. Cosmo is messing, but not our boy Jimmy. Well, not really the same situations there. Did you ever get unregged by WeBull? They give me like a small credit. They're identical. What are identical? Jimmy and Cosm? No, they're not. If we're ETF spot, why would they want wait one day rather than dark pool now? Who said that their cash is settled? I see a cat bull on screen, so naturally it has to buy puts. What are we bullish on? Everything. Could FTDs have been kicked on Rev before the options chain was PCO'd? Maybe? I don't think Rev had that many FTDs left when it, like, moving into the delisting. I'd have to go back and look. Here's some life advice. If you wanted a smiley face wearing a cowboy hat to like you, but he shorted the ever-living fuck out of your former company, even changed his name to incorporate the ticker, and lost big on that play, would you sympathize with him or find him a new ticker to short for Christmas and just want to be friends? Probably just something for Christmas. What does Cosm do? They're like a medical distributor, I think. Healthcare product distributor. Yeah, some sort of distributor. GB price going up. My calls. IV going down. It must be crime. We'll see. Come on. Pop that collar. Bitch. Apple, strawberry, or blackberry? Balsamic? Strawberry. Yeah, strawberry. Definitely strawberry. If it's Docu, I'm sending you a notary for Christmas. Oh, we're doing it. What are your thoughts on Upstart short availability going from 95K to 3K shares today? They shorted the top of that run up pretty hard. I think they don't want the market makers, like Vega hedge to flip. Voma hedge. So above 1459, market maker goes positive Voma. Above 1925, it goes positive Gamma. That's probably like a runaway situation that they're not prepared for, and so they shorted it pretty hard. Like they were shorting every fucking downtick through that entire period following the run up. Realized I accidentally shorted Donut, Krispy Kreme, in one of my accounts. The trade is up 3K. Nice. Is it real money or paper money? Popping that collar. Popping that collar. Voma. Voma. The rate of change in Vega? Voma. Oh, you got it wrong still. It's like Vegas Gamma. I don't know what Vega or a Gamma is. Never mind, Popcorn Trader. Boofing Jimmy? A little bit. What did Upstart do at Cosm? I don't know. I wonder if Upstart goes back on Reg Show today. Never mind, I dumb. What happened? Rate of change of Vega with respect to volatility is Vana? Never mind, I'm dumb. Oh, okay. What? Oh, Vana is the rate of change in delta for change in implied volatility. So volatility. What do you mean no? Fuck you, Dan Weeklies. Don't tell me no. That is what it is. What would you like to see happen for Upstart and GME today, leading up to a potential run for OPEX tomorrow? A little bit of pressure towards close would be nice. We just popped that JPM collar, by the way. If anybody noticed, it's a big deal. Does Fubo have VUP potential? Possibly, yes. After we pop the collar, do we lock it? We'll find out if we're going to lock it here in a minute. If we can break 38.50, then we can lock it. Carl's going to get you guys. Cosm is a Paw Patrol vitamins distributor. Chase is on the case of the missing obligations fulfillment. Venus? As long as I don't get shadow banned again, that was scary. Then I got shadow banned again on an alt account, and I checked my office for bugs and secret cameras.
No. Okay.
So, since the collar is so huge, it kind of acts as its own little gamma flip point. If we move above it, then moving upwards should be more, should have less resistance. If you ever need security guards, I'm trained in the lethal art of taint punching. Ooh, that sounds useful. Your bacon is done resting. Why do you need to rest your bacon? How thickly have you cut your bacon that it needs a resting period? Not cut. It's just the whole fucking pig. Dude's bacon is a pork chop. Nvidia IV is ticking up very slowly. Like I said, I would be cautious shorting Nvidia until after the OPEX period. No, I don't cut my own bacon. Hmm. Interesting. Alright, this looks like it's either about to get bullish as fuck or just sit here. Man, that is a very strange drop. Are we just gonna like punch through to the upside? What time is it? 1:45? I think we might get like another big volumetric move on SPX soon. Yeah, I know about the Japanese fucking margin call. It has nothing to do with anything we're looking at. Unless you guys are also short Nikkei long yen. Well, we are gonna go right, de-engineer. Does Superstock think Japanese margin calls have to do with GameStop? Japan is short GME. Cosm rugged? Looks like it, yeah. No, you're not shadow banned, BMG. Are we about to invade Japan to get their treasure? I don't understand treasuries or bonds or forex. No. Japan has a bunch of our treasure, and if they sell it, then the value of the rest of our treasure goes down. Yo, Gurk, I faded the Cosm top like a champ and made 20 cents. Let's fucking go. SoftBank gone soft. Bankrupt. Is falling Dixie good for global markets? Given that it's seriously elevated, probably, yeah. Looks like Marvin's calling the Japanese. Nice. Hopefully we can serenade them with sultry sounds of Marvin Gaye. Cosm doesn't have calls. What did you buy calls on? What did you buy 1,000 calls on? Comms? Ah, Jesus Christ. fuck. So I think that COVID just hit me like a fucking ton of bricks. Woo. I stood up and I got so lightheaded, and then my head began to hurt. Can you taste and smell still? I don't know. Yes. I don't think they're gonna give me antivirals without a positive COVID test, though. I got a PCR test yesterday after the stream. I've got 2 now. Isn't that the same thing? It's the one where they like drive the Q-tip into like the back of your fucking brain. Yeah, like way back. You feel it in the roof of your mouth. Still think SPX can move up? I don't know. I closed my 38.35s. I hope so. Thoughts on T-Doc long term, new lows before upside? How long? They're not carrot, they're cauliflower. Although the coloring has beets in it, which is interesting. Looking at Jan 24 leaps on T-Doc. Maybe DCA, and you could try to target the $20 range with like your second buy-in. Will we reach 3,600 levels before Jan 20th? Maybe. I'm not buying any puts that low, but yeah, I'm buying Jan puts closer to the money. I did a whole write-up on my put positioning this week. Did you see that? Nobody reads the DD. But this is DD they pay for, turd. It's still not red. I see healthcare being bad during a recession. No, it's probably not. Are you talking about like with regards to like shadow banks, or are you talking about collateral reuse? Do you think the vol players switch to a different basket? They've already started to, right? Things that did really well in 2021. T-Doc, Affirm, DocuSign, Upstart. All the COVID runners. Yeah, I actually think healthcare is going to do pretty well over the next couple of years. It could be for both. We don't know yet. We just started following Upstart shortly before that period, right? And Upstart doesn't have the same ETF liquidity that GME does. And if we're going to run this week, it's pretty likely that Upstart's seen its bottom already. Ah. Seeing a very similar move to Cosm like last time. Do you think this could we could squeeze tomorrow in T+2? Nothing's gonna squeeze, man. Will it run again? Maybe. But they're also gonna, like, if you're buying in, you're agreeing to be the company's exit liquidity. Ah. FTC is investigating Musk and Tesla. Cool. So don't buy back my covered calls yet? You'll finally be able to make money in the market, turd. Lack of volume on Jamie during OPEC's typical before covering. Yeah. Lack of volume on Jamie is pretty typical unless it's being covered or actively hedged a lot. Congrats again on the Tesla CCs. I expected it to take much longer than a fucking week. I mean, I did too. That's why I sold them for March. It's on the screen. Nope, no Cosm. How's the miles per gallon on your whip? Yeah, it gets like 52 to like 58, depending. Oh, is Mike back in here? What are you going on about the fucking Torah? No, no new car. The fucking collar. It's Hanukkah, brother. Shalom. Shalom. Yeah, I know that, but he's talking about some fucking conspiracy theory and earthquakes in the Torah. Please, oh please, let us break 38.20. $35? Why does this community attract so many weirdos? I don't know. I'm pretty anti-weirdo, too. Uh... I'm muted on here. Fuck me. Did you shart? I hope not. Does that happen with COVID? Do you get sharty? I'm gonna go fucking eat an entire case of Metamucil if that's the case. You don't get shardy? Okay. Fuck. Don't scare me like that. Did you laugh at my joke? I did. Was it about the Lambo? It was very funny. You need to do more Kegels if you're getting shardy all the time like that. You got that Rona, my guy? Full on Omicron B? I was a Delta personally. My buddy was OG Beta strain, full blown hipster. We're all just identified by our strains at this point. I don't know what strain I have. God, it's like a fraternity. Uh, you got the Tinder thought strain? Yeah. Fucking bitch. God damn. She was actually really nice, but how can you be that ignorant? I've tried doing Kegels during Zoom calls, but then everyone is always asking why I'm sweating and red in the face. I don't think you're doing Kegels. Why do you think it's Rona? She had Rona. Holden Harold, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Oh, God, my hand feels cold and my forehead feels hot. What the fuck? How's it this fast? I know you have been, Holden. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Take your temp? I'm afraid to. Is Rona sexually transmitted? I don't think so. Local honey? Oh, fuck off. And if one more person sends me something about fucking ivermectin or whatever the fuck that shit's called, the goddamn horse medicine, or zinc, I swear to fuck I'll ban you. Hope you feel better, man. Thanks for streaming, even when you're under the weather. Thanks, Captain Ron. I don't know how you're having sex that corona isn't sexually transmitted. It's not transmitted because of the sex, but it's transmitted because of the proximity. Unless you're like a 2-pump chump and you can get out of there real quick with your mask on, you're gonna get COVID. God, why are there so many virgins in the chat? It's like, this is why you don't build your community off Reddit. Uh, I wouldn't shard it in the toilet so you don't have to. I see you kept the market from tanking. I guess we're even. Yeah, it sounds like it. As a medical professional, I can confirm that the only way to get rid of Rona is by drinking gypsy tears. That sounds pretty accurate, actually. So what you're saying is that we should fuck like Mormons to not get COVID. Yeah. Yeah. I'm from now on, I'm putting on a fucking full PFE suit. And I'm gonna get the N100 masks, the ones that are for like lead dust. There will be no particulates getting in my lungs. I'm gonna strip naked, throw on an N100, put on some safety goggles. Hopefully she's into it. Gotta get the ones with the side carbon filters. You will look and sound like Bane. Yeah, right? Do you think furries have seen less cases spread throughout their communities? It'll be like in that movie Naked Gun where they put on the body condoms. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Have you guys ever been punched in the head really hard? You know that like 10-second period afterwards when your eyes like haven't stopped going back and forth? I feel like that, but it's lasting longer. For sex, I prefer to roll the dice in all facets. Oh man. Is there more to this? Was that the whole message? I have open calls. I'll die in this fucking chair. I'm not going to bed. The door swings both ways. Swings more often. Or at least that's what I used to say before I was shadow banned. I don't think you're shadow banned, champ. God. Hold on. We're going dark mode. The lights, just, it's too intense. Yeah, I have a really bad fucking headache. COVID user manual clearly says not to operate financial derivatives while under the effects. That's how I know God is real. I'm STD free, no children, and never got COVID from a female friend. God is good. I'm not even gonna dig into that one. Take Thailand, Thailand. We just call it acetaminophen. Good news, you can cancel your plans this weekend. You spent too much time in the South, BMG. Suda fucks you up? Ooh. Tilanal is the adult version? If I was your live-in quant, as we discussed, right now I'd be making you some wonderful blackberry tea with a splash of cream and a bloop of honey. Then I'd massage your shoulders. Oh man, Stefan, you are so weird, dude. Girk probably calls it paracetamol because he's fancy. I'm not that British. Ugh, can I put some like poison in my? I wonder if I could vape antivirals. Why isn't that a thing? It's called a nebulizer. Yeah. Guys, you could start a biotech company and get shorted like all the other ones. Get your doctor to prescribe you Paxlovid. I I went to the doctor by my house, like the urgent care, and I was like, listen, this fucking chick gave me the Rona. I need just give me antivirals. And they're like, but your test is negative. And I'm like, just give me the antivirals. I'm not gonna get addicted to them. And they're like, well, we're not sure if you got it. And I'm like, I'm fucking sure I got it. Give them to me. What the fuck am I paying you people for? And yeah. Like I'm trying to like score antivirals? What the fuck? I hate what our country's turned into. I hope you'll get better soon. You the man. Thanks, Teaspoon. You're the man too. Or maybe not. Person. It's way too many regulations for biotech. Let's get a nutrition supplement. Perfect. Grizz, my profile says 19, but I'm only 16-month-old pigeon whale. Looks like 18. So you drew some Bollinger Bands around the price action, but thank you so much, Grizz. Uh, Who the fuck is addicted to antivirals? No, I haven't lost my sense of taste or smell. I identify as an armchair. All right. Now I'm sick and I've got to drag my ass back over there, pass their stupid fucking test, and then they'll give me the antivirals. So they get to bill my insurance for 2 visits for the same shit. I don't have a day bed. I know, I'm a day trader. I should, but my thesis for OPEX is this month is that you have Rota and are likely going to miss the first 2 hours of the stream tomorrow. My calls expire Friday. We'll see what happens. Maybe on the return trip I can get him to hook me up with some laudanum. She had a British accent, right? Didn't Mayo Force One land in Britain not too long ago? I'm writing a DD about how Kenny is sending Tinder thoughts to take you out. Told me I said thanks. Did she not know what COVID was? I tried to reason through that, but there was just nothing. She was like, oh, I didn't know that's how that worked. She seemed to be perturbed by the fact that she tested positive. I don't know. I feel like below a certain level of intelligence, people are just living life. They're not thinking about anything. That's why they're happy. Oh, that's another reason not to trust happy people. She's out there raw dogging reality. So it wasn't her razor sharp mind that attracted you to her. No. No, it wasn't. Didn't get her pregnant? What the fuck? I think I would be a lot happier if I was dumb or good at trading. Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty good at trading. I wouldn't describe myself as a happy person. I'm not sad. Was her bullhorn-shaped memory glands? Oh, fuck. Ah. We already talked about it. You were chaotic neutral, and that is okay. This isn't D&D. Serious question. They never are, Hazy. If these runs are so profitable and they make money on the upside, why do they occasionally run it after hours when retail is cut out from options? It doesn't add up. The only time they've done that is with XRT FTDs. This is the only ones that have run in after hours, and even those generally don't. Runs in after hours are usually either CNS netting or market maker rehedging. So, like, when news is announced, the market maker will snap their hedge to neutral, right? And what that does, so they're buying and selling the underlying in order to get to delta neutral as quickly as possible. And that protects them against, any move that the news. So you guys will see like news come out and you see an immediate reaction in the price. And everyone's like, "Oh, look, it's God algos," but it's really not. I mean, it's algos, but it's algos on the side, moving them towards delta neutral. The other reason is overnight CNS. So CNS has 2 cycles, day and night. So on stocks that have huge amounts of FTDs, sometimes you'll see like really strong after hours runs, like GME back in like late 2020, early 2021. If there's earnings, there's also algos tuned to search out different values from earnings and adjust portfolio weighting based on metrics the owner of said algo deems important. Yep. Who's your ventilator guy? Hey, Gurk, Docu is red on the day. Okay. Danis, fighter of the nightness. Favorite Robin Williams movie and why? Tough Hook, because it's awesome. No, everyone says Patch Adams. Jimmy Bar rate down? I have no idea. Rufio. Dead Poets Society? But he's like barely in that. Bicentennial Man's up there too. That movie made me feel things. Master of Continuous Net Settlement for Everyone. Danis. God, where's fucking Gaff when you need him? I shouldn't have stood up. It was the standing up that did it to me. When SPX profit taking ends, I don't know if we're gonna break up. Looks like today's push might be continuing to give up. I think the downside here is probably done, or at least doesn't have a lot more range. Maybe down to like 38.22. Or consolidate again. I don't know how many more pushes to the upside the market has left in it today, but it's really trying. This is gonna fuck with my sleep schedule so much. Exactly. Well, that's the problem, is I'll sleep too much. Do you think Elon will step down as CEO of Twitter? Who gives a shit? He said he would. Although he is a liar, so. Sold calls, bought puts. Okay. No, a liar. Not a. God damn it. Yeah, he can't just quit and lose his bags. What stock has sold calls on bot puts? I think it was Upstart. It doesn't look like it was very many. Thank you for back checking that, Fluffy. Dana's Fighter of the Nightness, Champion of the VOPs, Master of Continuous Net Settlement for everyone. You just waited until Gaff was in here, didn't you? Flubber is a great movie. Japan Securities Clearing Corporation just issued an emergency margin call. What mean? I'm gonna make a lot of money if I live through the next 3 days. Alright, no problem, aspiring artist. I missed 2 days of work at my new job in the first week. Bullish? I mean, you're definitely not going to be any less homeless. We want to power through for the immunity win. Fuck that. Give me drugs. Alright, Ryan. I'll see you next year, buddy. Or tomorrow. No, it's too early for the Cena song. Please time me out, and just so you know it's me, pee pee poo poo. That doesn't sound like Carl. I feel like naming your kid Flubber would create a lot of good character traits. Maybe. You should try it when you have your next one. We had $300 off Cosm today. Christmas is saved. Congratulations, dude. I've never seen The World According to Garp. Yen exposure? I just saved 15% of my car insurance by fleeing the scene. Oh, Jesus. I'm saving my CNS. My generation creating is over. Yeah, but you'll get bored. It'll be like 12 years from now, and your wife will be like, I want a baby again. They were fun. These fucking teenagers don't respect me. If we don't see price improvement this week, do you have a new low price target for Jimmy? I'd be targeting under 15. Sure. Doesn't seem that far off. Whoa, are you married with teenage kids? Because that was eerily familiar. No, I've just seen it happen to a lot of people. That's how you end up with babies into your retirement. Is this a good entry now that we're back above? It could be. I don't know. I'm not looking at docu. You should be defining your own risk. Uh, Yeah, it looks like a decent entry. I mean, below risk would have been better, but $444th like. Thanks, Balani. Like the fucking stream, people. Or I'll wake up on time tomorrow. Jimmy's gonna run so fucking hard, I'm about to make white. Nice. Thanks, Gaff. Discord is convinced that the only hope for a GME run is a gamma ramp on Bobby. Who cares what they think? They've been wrong every time. I swear it's like SPY knows I'm poor. SPX at 38.25. If SPY were at 38.382, my call would be green. But no, 30.80.60. Yeah, it's not the same instrument. I got COVID for OPEX, okay? I mean, I couldn't possibly sacrifice anymore. OPEX is always profitable. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just got an options alert for Upstart. It looks like about 400 calls opened on Upstart today for 120 at the $13 strike. Not a massive position, but it did trigger an alert, 88K worth. Okay. I wonder if that's just them trying to, like, in the money like that. I wonder if it's them trying to clear FTDs. Which one will die first, Bobby or Carvana? Probably Bobby. I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Probably Bobby. Is there an upward catalyst for Fubo after OPEC settlement other than Feb earnings? Maybe during the ETF FTD period. It's got some. It's an IWM though, so it's hard to pin down the quantity. On recent OPEX, as you had noted, you would expect Jimmy to drop under 21 before a significant run. Well, here we are. So jacked for tomorrow. I'm pretty excited. I mean, I don't look like it, but that's just because I'm dying. Are they backholding their own ill-purchased cars? Yeah, that they bought from themselves. 1 second. Oh, I shouldn't have stood up again. It's the Tinder thought letting him know she's pregnant. Congratulations on your birth packs, newbie trader. Cosm selling shares at 875? I have no idea. Today's not the last day of settlement. Might not be COVID. I just got over the worst cold I've had in years. Toddler sickness had me dead for 12 days. But that's the only person I've had any contact with. Right? Well, maybe not. I'm gonna cry a little when we don't run tomorrow. Go ahead and judge me. Okay. You know you want to. You will too. And our tears will fall as they drink the earth, and all that shall be shall never be. And oh, Jesus. That would be the weirdest baby. Incredible cooking ability, but would only be able to articulate things that taste like shapes. Who's the Grant? What's his face? Like he couldn't taste. He's like a Michelin chef, but he couldn't taste anything. He has the restaurant in Chicago where he makes foods that are shapes. Alenia, yeah. Chicken parmesan tastes octagonal. Ow. I got them originally because I was having trouble getting cricket. Oh, why am I reading that? But tastes same like shapes. Maybe. Slipped in a little late. Did you go over what's going on in Japan and how it will affect SPY SPX, please, and thank you. If Nikkei tanks, you can expect the SPX to drop pretty hard. Which upstart call would you feel is best value for the money at the moment? The 25s? 20s are probably really cheap right now. Can Japan crash tonight? No. I think the news is kind of done. It may drop more. I hope you all had some good entries. I got the feeling of OPEX just now. Nice. Jimmy dead? Jimmy flat. Slightly above VWAP. We're actually up on the day. I was very zoomed out. Jesus. Another year has gone by, and another year of tax harvesting in the books. Congratulations, popcorn trader. I've been here long enough to remember when runs occurred. Yeah. What kind of volume would you expect if covering occurs? A lot. Millions. Millions of volumes. Why noir? It's dying. It's better if my funeral stream's in black and white. Makes me look better. Despite our different beliefs about the COVID, I hope you get better soon. Being sick sucks. Thanks, man. Girk, check DMs. I sent you medical advice. Oh, son of a bitch. A plum up the bum cures COVID and depression. Alright, that's not that bad. Is your car powered by green candles? Yes. The confidence is fading. That's the idea. If Girk dies on stream and he can't sell his shares, it's kind of like he DRS'd them. No, it's not. I have conditional orders set. Discord isn't muted. I'm just not saying anything. Yikes. doing a thing. Slipped a little lower than I thought it would. I said 38.22 would have at least bounced on 38.22. Yeah, that's not bad. Another leg down after this. Looks kind of bullish into close.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over.
If you had to diamond hand one stock for 50 years, what would it be?
I think you might like it.
It's like a railroad or something.
My secret scene is. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
Yeah, we can run tomorrow. Take 50,000 IU D3 for 3 days. You'll feel better. What's the... What's the LD50 for vitamin D? 37 milligrams per 1 kilogram of body weight? Are you trying to kill me? This guy's trying to murder me. Did Kenny send you? I'll never sell my calls. Yeah, I'm not gonna take that much. Did that dude tell you to get an IUD? That will not help. Trust me, been there, done that. It takes a lot of D3 to OD. I mean, it doesn't. It takes 37 milligrams per 1 kilogram of body weight to hit the lethal median dose. Yeah, how about I go to a doctor and not listen to fucking people on the internet? How about that? Do your own health, DD. No, don't do that. You're not fucking qualified. Joke's on you. Doctors are on the internet now. Don't encourage them, Gav. Lavender essential oil for increased stamina. Would you roll out another week or go out a couple to start pulling down the strike price? I'd be patient Your chances of assignment, unless you expire on Friday, your chances of assignment are pretty small right now. Health TA, this looks like a rounded bottom sickness breakout. Hey, look, the SPX did the thing I thought it would do. The COVID hasn't ruined my brain yet. How are you feeling about SPX ripping into close today? A little better. How about rip up to like 38.20 and then do nothing? What do you got, Dork? This better be bullish. Alright, that's pretty bullish. Yeah, I'll share it with the chat. To be fair, I didn't meet her in Boston. But can you tame the cat? He's spouting bearish stuff in the channel. I can't. He's like, DM me on Tinder. Her first question was, do you really have a duck? Maybe I should have taken that as a warning. Jimmy doing a thing? Slowly climbing with the rising market? Trash can assassination attempt? Maybe. But you do have a duck. Yeah, but the picture is clearly photoshopped. You should have asked, do you have a sense of taste and smell? You know, there was a time when I did do that. I got too complacent. It's my own fault. Geofish is being honest, and people don't like it. They never like that. What's he doing? Is he being honest or is he being bearish? There's a difference. Idiots saying things. More idiots. I don't see anything from JFresh. Oh. I think it's just about time to call GME dead and buried. Okay. I'm still bullish. Now's the time to inverse me. None of this seems very out of the ordinary. Okay. He hasn't really said anything. Did she say what she did for a living? You know, I didn't ask. J4 says looks dead and buried and then says I'm pumped. These poor pores. Imagine putting in the market money in the market and not knowing what's gonna happen to it. Like gambling. Drop all your money into the ocean if the vid gets you. Ugh. I gotta cash it out first. Good move. Women don't like it when you show interest in their careers. You know, there wasn't a lot of talking, honestly. Does her profile still exist? I think so. She messaged me sorry yesterday. I didn't respond. Although I guess if I'm COVID positive now, I can invite her back over. No. Trash Dan's a duck. Hit her with the quarantine and chill. She's your future wife, man. Be nicer to her. I'm not marrying anybody. You guys can make a COVID baby together. Would it have superpowers? Do you let them take a prize from the wall? I don't have wall prizes. It's not a fucking... My house isn't a carnival game, Popcorn Trader. I'm gonna go ahead and listen to some Rammstein on my beats during our date, if that's okay with you. Thanks, Pigeon Teeth. All right, that one's pretty good. You've been on a roll lately, but that one's pretty great. Unusually strong. By far the strongest of our four. Like, you guys both had COVID when he was conceived. Or you just had him during the pandemic. extremely disappointing. I'm gonna sell my calls and unsubscribe unless I see a ring toss being installed. I'll miss you. No, see, if you're gonna make a super baby, Yellen degenerate, you've gotta test. You both have to be positive for COVID during the moment of conception. Like the virus has to ride your sperm into the egg like a tiny rodeo clown. You can't just get COVID while you're pregnant. That doesn't count. Just in case this is our last day together before the Rona gets you, I want you to know that you're my real dad and should give me your report and your will. I love you. Nah. You've always been a disappointment. I'm gonna leave it to your brother. It's a weird mental image. Probably. Well, in that case, I suppose child number 5 is in order. Are you just gonna keep having children until you have a super baby? Like, you're gonna both get COVID and conceive a baby, and then conceive a baby in a nuclear reactor. One in space. Yeah, vasectomy should be reversible. Dame de tu fruta? What? No, I haven't tested positive, but I'm going to. Yeah, this is honestly the most times in a row I've ever failed to test. It's kind of unnerving. I'm too afraid to make a joke about Gork's ailment after what happened yesterday. Did you lose your gifted Cornichon when you were shadow banned? Or are you on your other account? You know all the shadow banned people are unshadow banned now, right? You could have the flu, maybe. Although this is a weird feeling flu. But I've never had the COVID. I mean, if this is a flu, it's like flu B or something. Like it's not just like a run of the mill flu. My fingertips are tingling. Since everyone here is giving unsolicited COVID advice, I'm here to say, Giuseppe, my brother in Christ, just pray the Rona away. Pretty much basically science, you know? I'll give it a shot. Yeah, flu B is rough. quick, try a magic trick. Nothing. Should I try to cast Wingardium Leviosa on Upstart? Yeet it into Gamma Max. Keep an eye on your blood pressure. Do I want it to go up or down? Spanish flu, leprosy. Influenza's been getting passed around in the Midwest like a British woman in New York. That's not nice. Check your O2 stats? Sure. I have that shit on my phone. God damn it. Yeah. Maybe my phone doesn't have it anymore. Interesting. You need to take that COVID test if your fingertips are tingling. I took the COVID tests. I've taken so many. What's the Burris take on road apples, or do you just hold it when you go out? I'm not a fucking horse. Why would I? Where would I drive? Do you have COVID? I'm lost. Maybe. I have a fucking. Huh, I don't know. Maybe this phone doesn't have it. Shadow banned or just ignored? One hurts more than the other. I don't know. Did you say something? Androids? What is the hypotenuse of the triangle of doom? C equals the square root of a squared plus b squared. We ride tomorrow. Ride or die day? When? Tomorrow? I mean, tomorrow's Wednesday. Many people don't see the connection between the Pythagorean formula and the quadratic formula, and it's disappointing. Right triangle, same like half square. Is that what you're saying to me right now, Dork? Man, I'm pretty sick. So was 450 a target Costco for potentially going long? I can't find your last Costco Pickles Picks breakdown. Yes? Right triangle same like focus of parabola. Oh, okay. Right triangle is not the same like a rectangle. Rectangles same like two right triangles. That's accurate. Your expectations for the stream are far too high. Half of them were former Subway sandwich artists, myself included. There's a really high amount of former Subway sandwich artists in here. What about a 6J position? You help me out with a good entry price. I'm not the one selling it to you. Are you looking for technical levels? I don't think it's gonna go down, so probably like 75, 695. Or you could wait for the test. at 76,980. Hey, I have class. I was a former Quiznos sandwich artist. Are they called sandwich artists at Quiznos? The dual investment feature on looping is super similar to options. Oh god. People are going to lose so much money. Did you buy an NFT car from GameStop? No. Shardists, which is a really unfortunate naming. I can just use my tongue to fucking steer the cars like that. It's a very small steering wheel. I don't think we have Jersey Mike's in New York City. If we did, I wouldn't eat there. I've been to one. They're awful. They're toasty because we toast them. Quiznos. I know you hate me, but stop ignoring me. Also, get well soon. I didn't ignore you. Thanks. I was a Jersey Mike's artist, but they called us scam artists. What's your opinion of the GameStop NFT marketplace now? Pretty much the same as it was when it was released. It's a big pile of shit that doesn't make money. Why do you think they wasted money on it? I don't know. It'll be worth something someday. Hopefully. Lack of awareness about the macro environment. Companies make mistakes like that all the time. Like when everyone started snapping up commodities earlier in the year, thinking that the prices were gonna yeet into the stratosphere, and then they all came right back down again. Do you have puts yet on Meta? Yes. Why do you ask? Probably not enough. As a day trader, how do you deal with being sick? Like looking at your calls for this Apex, and if you're unable to get out of bed tomorrow and it runs, how do you protect yourself and get out of bed? Hit us like a brick day one. Get that Paxlovid as soon as you can. Yeah, I'll go over there and let him jam another Q-tip down my sinus. Default bullish with this SPX uptrend is prepping my chub for tomorrow. I don't know, that fucking collar is not going anywhere. What if you were hit by a bus and hospitalized for a few days? I'm fucked. I usually have like way out of the money stops on most of my positions in case something like that happens. How often do runs start on Wednesday historically? If we run tomorrow, it'll be the third. It'll be the third time a run is started on a Wednesday. Second time this year. Third time since we've been watching it. I guess technically the fourth time in the last 2 years. We never ran on a Friday. Not for OPEX. I mean, the Friday before settlement, but not the Friday. Like, we've never had a run that started the Friday after. Are you talking about like November? We started running in November before the expiration. Like, I think technically November started on Thursday. No, there shouldn't be any deferrals. You can't stack them. Previously deferred positions would still settle within this period. They wouldn't pick up a new deferral period. Given that all the long vol positioning that's moved in has been dated for January OPEX, I would imagine that they expect the run this week as well. Funds do. They're positioned to the long side for this week. I was still tingling my hands at one point. I had an episode where my whole body went tingly and my hands cramped up. It was crazy. I miscalled 911. I hope your case is better than ours. Me too. I just hope I test positive so I can get some sweet, sweet antivirals. So the gamma GB went from negative to positive. Does that mean we should see price improvement? Or that can happen with no price change. I mean, there's been a small amount of price improvement. Very small, but there has been some. It's actually quite a lot of it on Upstart. Fubo, it's hard to tell because there's so many fucking options traded on it because they cost nothing. You check your Discord again. Yeah. uh, that's pretty funny. That's much better. I'm just gonna do that for the rest of the day. Which has more value and which is overvalued? I don't think any of them are particularly overvalued. GME a little bit. I think Upstart probably has the most value out of the three. Fubo probably has the most potential. For growth, at least. How much would I have to pay you to buy the entire Upstart float? Whatever it costs. Just wire me the money and I'll buy it. Are you still bullish on Upstart? No, I just like holding calls that are out of the money for no reason. Is this the Tesla bottom? You wish. And how many days in a row can it drop 10%? How many days in a row can Elon Musk continue to be an idiot? All the days. Why are we not allowed to have nice runs? We probably are. I'm still here. Would you prefer 25x 60C or 7x 25C? And those are very different in terms of risk. Probably I wouldn't, if it was my only position, I wouldn't be exposing myself to like volatility contracts, right? I would just get like some delta. What's the 1449 line represent on Upstart? Oh, that's VWAP. I don't like that we can't see Girk's hands anymore. I promised Carl I'd show off some wrist, so there you go, Carl. That's for you. You need your tea for tomorrow, man. So tomorrow or bust? Tomorrow's the 28th day. Whoever runs sometimes the second Tuesday after OPEX. T+2 carryover. So many options from the previous week close the week out in the money. And creates gamma exposure on the market maker. Do you feel about the sell-off into close? It's not a very significant one. On GME or the market? And we're just tracking SPX, right? But like the SPX sell-off into close is pretty small. It's like a $5 drop. It looks like people are buying 1230s long above the collar. So if we move above the collar in pre-market, SPX is probably going to rocket. Because there's a shitload of positive gamma to the upside right now. But that collar is a fat bitch. So fat. God, we're JP Morgan and we're just gonna drop our giant chode of a collar right here in the middle of the market. Deal with it. I'm pretty sure they can't defer deferrals. They're allowed starting 12/20, then defer them again for MLK, then President's Day until March. They are allowed starting 12/20. To what? Defer deferrals? They shouldn't be allowed to defer deferrals. Because if a deferral goes out beyond like the final date, then they have to prove that the position can't be satisfied every day. I'm starting to think they can do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility. It's designed that way. If nothing happens tomorrow, what did we miss? I don't know. Nah, Doug, this is a sell-off. Okay. It's not just 0 DTEs closing, because that's kind of what it looks like. It's 14 times 2. If nothing happens tomorrow, people are not buying enough shares and relying on options only. I would argue that if nothing happens tomorrow, it's because people are not buying enough options and relying on shares. XRT is going to go on threshold tonight. I feel it in my taint. We'll see. It could. No, they're dividend payments tomorrow. No, Thursday. We still have all day tomorrow. That's not early tomorrow. That's the whole fucking day. You're closing OPEX positions Wednesday night or Thursday morning? I don't know yet. One of the two. Banged the close. Interesting. That shouldn't be possible anymore. Alright, anyway. Ding ding. The day is done. SPX settling at basically the same close it closed out yesterday. 38.20. Still unable to push back above the collar, but maybe we'll start to see a little bit of a recovery in Nikkei and yen tonight after yesterday's news kind of tanked everything. The watch futures, a push up would be really good because it would get SPX to open above the collar. And there's quite a lot of positive gamma up there, so if we open up there, that can put some pressure on the market. As far as GME and Upstart and Fubo go, tomorrow is the final day of T+2 settlement, and the 28th day, calendar day, of the extension period. I think the last possible day for any extension to be realized. So, hope everyone has a good night, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys was.
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.